Anne, can you hear us? Oh. With an X.
Hear you, thank you.
Yeah. Why are we getting to do that? Because it's 4 hours. It would be like. Anne, can you hear us? And ours are now fairly short. No feedback. And then say something. I don't hear it from here. Do you hear any feedback, Anne?
Nope, it sounds really good right now. And the little robot's working.
Yes. Oh, isn't that cute? We like to think of it as we've had some technical difficulties.
Chris is just happy I'm not looking at the back of her head all day today.
Yeah, right. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, we still have a little bit of feedback, but no, I haven't. Oh, yeah, there's still. Yeah. Morning, I call it the Board of Public Ed will reconvene for its second day of. It's Friday, January 13th, 8:30 a.m. I'd like to welcome you all and ask you to please join me in today's pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madeline Quinlan here. Susie Hedlund here. Ann Keith.
Here.
Tammy Lacey.
Good morning for the final time.
Dr. Clark.
Here.
Jane Hammond.
Here.
Renee Rasmussen.
Here.
Charles Fox. Superintendent Arnson. Commissioner Christian's office. Governor June Forte's office. Thank you. I'd like to read the statement of public participation. The Board of Public Education encourages the public to participate in board discussions. Persons who wish to participate should sign the public comment sign-in sheet and identify themselves to the board chair or executive director prior to the board's consideration of the matter in which the persons are concerned. Anyone wishing to participate in board discussions will be recognized by the chairperson in keeping with normal board parliamentary procedures. We discourage public comment on personnel matters and ask that you discuss these issues in private with the board chair. The Montana Board of Public Instruction, the Montana Board of Public Education is a professional development unit provider. Attending a Board of Public Education meeting may qualify you to receive professional development units. Please complete the necessary information on the sign-in sheet if you are applying for professional development units. Thank you. I'd like to welcome our visitors this morning, and if you'd like to stand up and introduce yourself, and then we'll go online.
Good morning, Dr. Virgo. I am the Chief Operating Officer of the Montana Office of Public Instruction. It's nice to see you. Welcome to the.
Good morning, Chair Quinlan and board members. My name is Rob Watson. I'm the executive director for the School Administration of Montana.
Good morning, Amanda Curtis, president of MFPE. Good morning, Christy Steinberg, director of accreditation in the College of Education at the University of Montana.
Good morning, Jenny Williams. I'm sure that director of
Good morning, Ron Slinger, president of Miles Community College.
Welcome, Ron. Sharon.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cheryl. I'm happy to be with you today. Work as the deputy superintendent at the OPI and look forward to a robust session with you today.
And online.
Good morning, Dennis Parman, Executive Director of the Montana Rural Education Association.
Good morning, Dennis. I see we have Angela and Chris Noel who are both going to be participating today. Okay. All right. We are our items today are related to the accreditation committee, and then our last item will be to recognize board member Lacey. This is her last board meeting. So we'll go ahead and start with item 21, and that is action on the content standards revision timeline. So Chris, you actually, I'm going to turn this over to Tim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Action item is item number 21, which is page 325 in your board packet, and call on Chris from the OPI to present.
Thank you, Board Member Tharp and Chair Quinlan. At this time, we're returning to the board to ask to clarify the standards for math and ELA or math and world languages. In September, we brought you a schedule for math and world languages, and after the board meeting, we noticed that within the board packet, there was inconsistency among the dates listed. We've cleaned that schedule up and are representing it to you today, requesting a new vote so that we can be very clear about exactly which schedule we are following. We've also added 2 sets of standards to our request today. The first set of standards that we're adding to our request is the English language arts or reading standards. We are requesting to begin these standards exactly 1 year after we begin the math standards. We believe that both math and ELA have been a significant number of years since they've last been reviewed for adoption. We know that it is a major burden on both the board and schools to adopt our key tested standards like math and ELA, as they are the ones that we focus on most heavily around those grade level statements. In that regard, we've attempted to stagger these standards such that with that 1 year gap between math and ELA, it will allow the OPI, the board, and schools an appropriate pause to complete their consideration of math and begin consideration of ELA. The last set of standards that we're adding here is actually the EL standards. And historically, we've adopted the EL standards alongside of the ELA standards. These EL standards are the standards for those that are English learners who are still acquiring the English language in our state. We've requested a shortened timeline for the adoption on these EL standards. And the reason for that is that our test vendor that we use to assess EL, which is part of our federal assessment requirements, but also part of our accountability system. That assessment updated their standards in 2020. The new assessment next year will be aligned to those new standards. We're in the middle of a peer review process on that WIDA assessment, and so we're in consultation with the federal government about which set of standards we will be using in our peer review of that assessment. At this time, we're requesting to begin the process of reviewing those new standards that the assessment will be aligned to, such that we can be in a shortened timeline around that review, knowing that we are evaluating a set of standards to determine that the assessment can still be valid for us. And then we would initiate that standard negotiated rulemaking and adoption process as required by the chapter that these standards sit in. We recognize that the timeline of when the test will have been aligned to those standards and the final implementation deadline, there's a little bit of an inconsistency in that timeline. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of our required activities of adoption at this point. We are confident that within our peer review process, the federal government will understand that we have initiated the process, and we've done our best to make sure that the final draft comes before the board to begin the adoption process in advance of the school year when the new test will be administered. We believe that given the facts of our situation, that's the most respectful way that we can proceed for schools, because we're able then to go into that year with schools very clear about exactly what draft has come before the board. In the event that we do not have an indication of need for economic impact, we would actually be able to have an implementation deadline that is right kind of within that same school year when the test changed, such that as we're evaluating all that data, we have actually completed the adoption process. In the event that there is an economic impact determined by this standards adoption for EL, we recognize that that will require a delayed implementation deadline that recognizes that legislative process that needs to happen. And that is why you see on the timeline that delayed implementation date. We want to make sure that we're preparing for the most difficult circumstance that we would have, which is that we would have that delay due to economic impact. We feel confident that there should not be an economic impact here. This is a relatively straightforward change in standards aligned to assessment, but we recognize that it is still subject to all of those processes based on the chapter that it sits in. I stand for questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris, for that information. Well, I have two questions. One is, what do you know now that you didn't know in November in terms of bringing these standards to us and moving English learners up to the top? And then secondly, what's your expectation for how these might be customized for Montana? I assume that you're basically contracting for a national exam, but the WIDA, it was not national, but a coalition.
Yep.
That there probably isn't a whole lot of tailoring it to Montana, and so the process can move faster, and I'd like you to address that.
Yes. So the first question, sorry, Chair Quinlan, the first question that you asked about, what do we know now? We were completing some documentation for the federal government. Each year we complete a review of our assessments. And what we learned in the completion of that is that we had recently realized this last summer, and we had initiated a discussion around this. At that time, we had a change in staff, and so we uncovered the remnants of that discussion as we were filling out that federal form in December. And so what we really had was just a little bit of a lapse for a month or two where we had kind of put that conversation on hold due to those staffing turnovers, and we uncovered that conversation, and we are essentially coming back with nearly the same timeline that was originally on our request. It simply got delayed. The second question that you asked, the standards are not dramatically different. Our current EL standards are a straight adoption of the old WIDA standards. And so the WIDA assessment has been our EL assessment for a while. And when we came into that assessment, we actually adopted their standards as is, essentially. So you're exactly right that adoption process, that's why we're requesting a shortened review period and a shortened writing period, because we know that we cannot make significant changes to the standards because we will not be able to make significant changes to that assessment. That doesn't mean we can make no changes to the standards. As we know, there are times when we add things into standards that are potentially assessed. And so I would say that that is one of the things we're evaluating, is to what degree can we have instructional statements in there that, for example, tie into our constitutional statements about Indian education for all, that would be allowable without invalidating the assessment. And that is part of my conversation around the peer review components here, is to make sure that we deeply understand from the US Department of Education what the boundary is on including those IEFA statements. But as you stated, we need to make sure that we're aligned to that assessment. And so our ability to make changes will be very limited.
One more question. Is the way to assess for native language? Well,
yes.
Assessment of a native language speaker speaking, but is there a certain amount of tailoring that we're doing for Montana students whose native language is the private?
Chair Quinlan, it has actually went my understanding that that is one of the things about the WIDA consortium that we appreciate, is that the WIDA Consortium does within its work acknowledge the idea of the majority of our EL students, which is that there is a language of impact, not an actual second language. We have been using the WIDA within that context for a while and are very comfortable with how it supports our identification of students in both scenarios, that there is a home language that is different from English versus there is just a language of impact. We don't anticipate there being any change in how that assessment is able to support all of our English learners in our state, which, as you know, the majority of those English learners have a language of impact, not a second language.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know you said this, but could you clarify this again for me? Please explain why we're doing all this work in the 23-24 school year, but the implementation isn't until 2025.
Member Lacey, Chair Quinlan, the way that our adoption rules are written, we need to have a research period. We need to have a writing period. We then are required to engage in the negotiated rulemaking process for these standards, and then we are required to have those 4 adoption votes, or those 4 board meetings during the adoption phase. As such, this is simply the fastest that we can get through all of those phases and make sure that we're in compliance with the statutory rules that apply to this set of this area of the ARM.
Follow up. So what happens to all of that work from May to 2024 to July 2025?
So
for the implementation?
So Member Lacey, Chair Quinlan, we are simply, I would call it hedging our bets. In the event that we do not have an economic impact statement, we actually can implement immediately in that, right when we've adopted, essentially, because we're not saying that there's an impact. We cannot guarantee that we will not come out with an economic impact statement until we reach the end of negotiated rulemaking and we begin that process. As such, we have to acknowledge up front that in the event that that committee determines, the education interim committee, or I think we moved who does that economic impact, moved recently. If that committee determines that there's an economic impact, we will have to wait until July 2025. And we are very hopeful, and I am confident that we will not be subject with economic impact, but until we reach that point where that committee has confirmed that, we have to allow for the possibility that we will have a delayed implementation.
Follow up. So just to be clear, the implementation, and there is a bill in to change it to the education budget interim committee, but so the implementation could be July 1st, 2024.
Yes.
That'd be best case scenario. Worst case scenario is July 1, 2025.
Yes.
And then okay. All right. Thank you.
Board member questions? Yes. Board member Keith?
Thank you. Chris, I'm going to put my math teacher hat on and express a lot of concerns that I have heard from teachers in the field. I have a lot of points to make, but my biggest question is, why are we re-looking at math standards now? Like, what's the need? Can you answer that so I can answer people?
Actually, I want board member Keith, Chair Quinlan, I want to actually take a little bit of a step back and think a little bit about some of the questions that came up when we requested the standards in September. The board at that time asked me some questions that have really helped me, and I'm grateful, to think about the why, the process, and what we're doing. And I think that one of the things I've been thinking most about is how respectful it is for schools when we stay on a schedule. We know that schools have an entire process around adoption of materials, and that process has some relationship to the work we do at the OPI. Every time we get off schedule, we put a burden on schools. And so I believe one reason why it's very important that we are opening math now and opening ELA next year is because it has been a significant amount of time, a decade. It must have been a decade because I came to the OPI a decade ago and we had already adopted these standards when I arrived. They were brand new and we were working through that implementation. And so I think when I think about that, and I think about schools, it is the most respectful thing that we can do a decade later to provide an opportunity for review and to get ourselves back onto a schedule. And I think the thing that's most important to remember is that when we engage in this process, we are not committing to a level of change. We are committing to a process whereby we will bring stakeholders together. We will do research, we will review the standards, and then we will come back to the board with what we believe to be the best set of standards right now. That is likely to have some changes from 10 years ago. How vast those changes are, we're in the middle of that research phase right now to determine how we want to even begin the conversation with our review team about what the needs are in math in Montana at this time. That research team that we're working with is at West Ed, who is our regional educational lab partner at this time. And as we've worked with them, we've really focused in, we've given them some data access to our assessment scores over time so that they can evaluate things like, are there specific areas in math that we are consistently underperforming on? Are there specific standards where students seem to be struggling most? That type of information is what we will be bringing to the review team to allow them to think about the question of exactly what you're asking. Why right now? What in our standards do we need to be considering right now to make sure that 10 years later, we still have the very best standards for our students? And so my answer to the field has very much been, if we're not ready to look at the standards and ask if 10 years later they're still right, then we might not be asking the right questions, because kids deserve the opportunity for us to at least review and ask that question. And so I would remind the board that when we open the standards, we make no commitment to the percent of change or the amount of change. That really comes back to the research and review teams to bring into the negotiated rulemaking committee a proposal for how vast that change would be. Today, actually, I'm sending to the superintendent the application materials for that math committee. And we will make sure that we distribute that widely. We already have a large list of interested parties that we will directly provide that to, but we'll also circulate that material throughout the state. We're very excited about the application materials that we've put together. We believe that they'll provide opportunities for teachers to advocate for themselves around where their expertise lies, but they also will allow us to include members of the community within that space, either as reviewers or as people who are sharing their feelings and concerns that go beyond just the writing team. And so we're trying to put together a pretty broad-based stakeholder group that we can solicit feedback from and information from throughout the process, exactly to make sure that we're hearing the concerns that you're naming, Board Member Keith.
Thank you. That is very helpful, but I have more. I'm just going to keep going. Sorry to dominate, but some math teachers are saying it's not the standards that are the problem. It is their lack of professional development or resources to meet the standard. So I'm a little concerned with the process. How do you figure out if the standards that are very rigorous and should be rigorous? I don't want to lower the standards. I don't want the process to say, hey, our kids aren't doing well in this area, so let's, for lack of better terms, dumb down the standards, versus let's bolster our math professional teachers to be able to get kids to reach those standards.
Board Member Keith, Chair Quinlan, one of the other things that my team is working on at this time that is related to this project, in fact, just yesterday we had our manager of professional learning in town from Missoula working with me on planning all of this. We're beginning a process of establishing steering committees for content areas more broadly. Those steering committees are going to support us in the process of establishing some more scaffolded materials within the hub. And we're really looking then at the question of, as we adopt a set of standards, what does it look like to have a pathway within the hub of really comprehensive materials to support teachers with just that? I believe that that is a very important part of our strategy because of exactly what you've named, Board Member Keith. We know that when we look at those data, or the data, we will see some areas where we believe that that is an essential standard that we need to have. And instead of making the decision to change that standard, what we'll do is we'll note that that has to be one of the areas that we need to have that increased professional development. And so right now, my team is actually evaluating every course that we have on the hub to determine how it would fit into a pathway and to evaluate how it ties into the standards. That'll allow us, as the standards team is doing their work, to identify where we already actually have those professional development materials and they're just not being used by teachers, and where we need to develop new materials. And so between now and July, that'll actually be a very significant part of the work of our professional development team at the agency. We know that that is a very essential part of the strategy that we have to provide that scaffolded support across all content areas through the hub.
That is fantastic. Thank you. And I have one more question. Sorry. And this might be more for the superintendent, but when math teachers hear her mission to go back to basics, that is perceived as a step backwards to the rote memorization, disregarding the need for deep thinking, critical thinking, everything that these new math standards are proposing. So how do you answer back to basics is not a step backwards in our math trajectory?
Board Member Keith, Chair Quinlan, I will be very honest that when we have these conversations, that's actually one of the things that we talk about. We talk about what does back to the basics mean? And when I have the opportunity to meet with Superintendent Arnson and we talk about the standards, I do my best to ask questions to find out things that are examples. And I will tell you that I don't know the exact answer to your question of how we resolve that communication between the superintendent and the field. I know that that language has come up a few times in communication with us as well. What I know though is that when we have those conversations, the things that come up and the things that we talk about are things like, how do we do more to focus on that career pathway, not over, but alongside of the college pathway? How do we make sure that when we're thinking about what kids get, that they're getting the basics that they need in their life? And so I know that that back to the basics language often refers to the idea of returning to other standards, but I think what's interesting to me is that when we have those conversations, we're talking so much more about math that can be applicable and math that can be useful for students. And so that's my goal, is to help resolve some of that language, because I know that when the superintendent is really speaking about the why of that, she is speaking about relevance. She is speaking about having standards that help us to make sure students receive the baseline that they need to engage meaningfully in the world. And so I agree that that is some language that we're going to need to find ways to make sure we're communicating and speaking with the field in ways that they understand the message.
I really appreciate that. I think the messaging needs to be more clear about what that goal is, because it's raised a lot of hackles. I only know about the math world. So, okay, sorry, I'm done. Thank you. Thanks so much.
No problem, Board Member King. Other board comments? Questions? Yes.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I would just mention that I think public perception around back to basics, a lot of it is that the amount of time we spend on math and ELA is diminished compared to things that have been added to the day for our students. At least that's the perception, that we're not. I mean, I had a student from Korea who was a sophomore and living with me, and when the basketball coach and the math teacher were out for basketball, she taught the senior advanced classes. So that's what's happening in Korea compared to us. And that's the general perception out here, is we're not investing enough of our resources in that. Thank you.
Their board member comments? Yes, I have a couple. One of them, I note the irony with the EL that we are going to adjust our content standards to match the assessment, which is backwards from the normal way that we would ever do anything. But being that WIDA is the tool, then that's kind of what we have to do there. But then when we do things correct and write our content standards, the challenge we face in Montana is that there are no curricular materials that are written directly to address our content standards. We are left with finding the next best, usually out of Texas or some other state that contracts directly for textbooks and other materials to match their standards. And so we're going out there trying to find the closest match when it comes to materials. And then the same thing actually happens then with assessment. We're trying to find the best assessment that matches up with our content standards, because we're not able to pay the cost to design assessments that fit exactly what our content standards are. But that's the challenge we face. And so that it brings it back to what Board Member Keith brought up earlier, professional development. And that's where we need to be sinking a lot more of our effort, possibly at the OPI and in the field, and trying to get that information to the teachers on how to present this, especially not having direct access to materials that are written for exactly what we're doing. Other board member comments, questions? Yes.
Follow up from your comment, Dr. Tharp. And can you explain, do you know nationally how the standards have changed since over the last decade?
Board Member Hedlund, I think that you're specifically asking about math standards.
Yeah, and
Yes, and that is part of the research. So I mentioned one, the branches of research. I can just I can name the kind of big buckets, and we have a document that that is an approved kind of one pager that we worked through with West Ed before they began their research. And so one branch that we've asked them to look at is actually diving into our student scores, making sure that they're really personalized and tailoring the research that they're doing to Montana. We've also asked them to review other state standards. And specifically, we've asked them to review how process skills have been included in standards in other states. With the adoption that was done 10 years ago, the way that question would have been worded is, how were the math practices included in the standards in different states, and every state kind of dealt with that in a little bit of a different way. And so what we're looking at is, over the last 10 years, as other states have updated their standards, how have they specifically changed what content is in there, but then also how have they shifted how they're thinking about the process, or the things that we do when we're doing math, or the mindsets that happen that help math to become something that is not dreaded by students. And so that is another major line of the research that we've asked them to do, is really looking at those other standards. They are also pulling some test score information for the states that have had those updates, so that we are informed about how those updates may or may not be playing out with any changes in their score trajectories.
well, so how has curriculum evolved? Or not, how it's changed?
Board Member Hedlund, I think that it's interesting. That's an interesting question. I think 10 years ago, we said the curriculum had changed because everybody put a stamp on it that said that they were now aligned to the Common Core. My perception of how curriculum has changed in the last 10 years in relation to standards is that in general, curriculums have in many cases become much more flexible. Partly that was just before the pandemic, a shift in the technology and the capacity that different technologies have to provide adjusted or adaptable curriculums. Things like online textbooks came onto the market largely and became common in schools during that time period, since the Common Core was kind of pushed out nationwide 10 years ago. And so one major change that happened actually was before the pandemic. We had these more flexible curricular materials that allowed for instruction in different settings. During the pandemic, we of course saw that increase in capacity, both at the teacher and student level, to engage in materials of that type. Today, what I see in the market is that we just have more and more different vendors that are attempting to provide increasing amounts of flexibility. And I know that people and districts who are doing adoptions potentially have other factors that they're considering beyond that. But I think that the market has become more diverse, and I agree with what Board Member Tharp said, that as someone who actually did some teaching in Texas, they do write their books for Texas and California. But with the increase in technology and technological capacity, those books that have been written for other states now are much more customizable at the local level.
Sorry. So I know my district and many others have recently gone through a curriculum adoption for English language arts to become more aligned with the science of reading, for example. So there has been new research that has really driven new curriculums and new adoptions in English language arts. And that's more my wheelhouse. I can speak to that. So I'd be interested to hear what member Keith thinks along those lines with math. Is there like a driving factor like that that is going to, make us take another look at this? And then I'm also concerned from that same perspective that we just spent, a lot of funding on the English language arts adoptions in our schools to become aligned with the science of reading. And if we change the standards, many schools think that means we need to take another look at math curriculums, and that is a huge economic impact for our schools.
Board Member Keith, can you respond to Board Member Hedlund?
Yeah, I think the same concerns exist for ELA as math, and I think Townsend's in the same spot as we heard yesterday from Paul Firthmeyer. Honestly, some districts are just now getting to the point where they're looking at standards-based education, so they're digging into the standards, really seeing the implication of these and how they do affect math and reading. And I know Bozeman did the same thing. We just are to the point where we are grasping the science of reading and what those standards actually mean. So the concern is, if we reopen it, what's that going to mean? But Chris is couching it with, doesn't mean we're going to change a lot. Maybe we'll just change a little bit. That could comfort a lot of people.
Thank you, Board Member Keith. And yeah, and I would assume that by reopening it, any tweaks or adaptations made would implement some of these more recent science of reading and the other topics that are out there. Other board member comments?
Board Member Tharp. I would just suggest to the board that I think we have a topic here that we should continue. I think it's really important that the board engage at a higher level about these kinds of questions, preparing itself, the board itself, for our adoption phase, which would begin next January for math anyway. So let's have some thought about that and see what we might place on our board agenda to continue these conversations.
There's no other board discussion. Madam Chair, I'm prepared to.
And has a, sorry.
Oh, Ann, sorry.
Sorry, me again. Chris, is it possible to be placed on the math adoption committee as part of the Board of Public Ed? I would love to be part of that process.
Board Member Keith, I will double check that there is nothing in statute that would prohibit that. I agree that there's incredible value in having the connection between the board and our process, if for no other reason, to make sure that there is kind of the ability to be informed. But I do need to double check, because I've never asked that question before, if there's any issue with that. And I want to confirm, and I know it wasn't a direct question, but it is very much part of our discussion around ELA, that the science of reading is a big, important part of our need to adopt. We know that districts have already done that. And with math as well, that is why we have really focused in on some of those questions of, where do we need to provide more professional development? Where do we need to make the shifts in the standards? And those are potentially the same areas, but potentially that is a combined strategy, because we do need to make sure we're reflecting the good work that's happening.
Yeah, Board Member Keith, I can't imagine that there's anything that would prohibit you to, forfeit your rights as a state citizen to participate in the process because of being on this board. So I think I don't see any issue there, but I appreciate the due diligence, Chris, to double check that. And as it will come to us again. And so if there are concerns, there's probably, all of these things will eventually come back through us, so let's see what's out there. So if there's no other board, Madam Chair, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Back to you for a motion.
I move to approve the proposed content standards revision timeline.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Rasmussen that we approve the content standards, the revised content standards timeline that's in our board packet. Is there any public comments? Seeing none, is there any? Oh, I'm sorry.
So I'd just like to make a quick public comment around some professional development. So we have Conrad Wolfram, who will be with us, if you know Conrad. So he's well known and his expertise is all around mathematics in the digital environment. But he asks key questions like this: why do you teach long division in 4th grade? Good question. And if you can't answer the question, he will go on further to say, then you shouldn't do it if you don't know, and that you need to really query that. So we're bringing him in to our state to do a summit. And so I'll get you those dates, because with your interest, you'll probably want to hear. We've got Dr. Jo Bowler coming in. If you know Dr. Jo Bowler, Stanford University, she rewrote math across our nation. And we think it's important to know and bring people in. It addresses Vice Chair Helena, your question, right? And then the third person we're bringing in around mathematics will be Yip Van Har. If you know of Yip Van Har, if I said Singapore math, you might know that Yip Van Har was key, but his expertise is in how you work with special populations. And he'll ask you the question, why can't that student learn their multiplication table? So he goes into deep analysis, not that the student doesn't want to. So we're bringing in 3 different folks around mathematics to try to open up the thinking that you just described. So we'll get you all those dates and you're welcome to participate.
Thank you. Okay, Michael.
Oh, good morning. Can you hear me? Is this public comment also in relation to this proposed changes to Chapter 55, the middle school electives, or is that a later item?
This is, we have a timeline for adoption of a variety of content standards, and we're just adopting a timeline at this point. So we're
Okay.
at action item 21, and what you're asking about will happen in action item 23.
Okay, then my public comment has something to do with that. So okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Okay. Board comment. Board comment.
Just for the record, to note that pending the economic impact, that implementation for the EL could be as early as July 1, 2024. But we have timelines. We would rather have things happen sooner than have to change them and come back later.
All right, any further board comments? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. Okay, item 22.
Item number 22 is action on revised timeline for revisions to Title 10, Chapter 55, Standards of Accreditation. As it just indicated, our timelines continue to need to be tweaked and adjusted for reality and as things come to us. So we have some edits as we approach the completion of Chapter 55 review to change some of those TBDs to actual dates. So here I move to approve the revised timeline for revisions to Title 10, Chapter 55, Standards of Accreditation.
Is there a second? Second. It's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Lacy that we approve the revised timeline for revisions to Chapter 55, Standards of Accreditation. Is there public comment? Board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. 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 Opposed, no. Motion passes. Okay. Item 23.
Item 23 will take a little longer than items 21 and 22. This is action and response to public comments on revisions to Title 10, Chapter 55, Standards of Accreditation. This is continuation of our work from 2 months ago. We had things that, because of time, that we did not get to. We had things that we wanted to go spend some more time considering, directing McCall to do more research and pull more people together. So the document I'm going to be working from, board members, is the 14-page document that says Board of Public Education, Chapter 55 motions, January. And I believe hard copies of this were distributed to everybody.
Yes, so there, everyone should have a hard copy that looks like this. Do you want to start at the 602 or do you want to start where you left off at 712? I don't think it matters.
I'd like to start on page 1.
Okay.
I like the way you. said it.
We are down to 14 pages to go through. I just
Woohoo!
right straight through there. So all right, so
So Chair Scott, I have a question. Is that document available to the public? Can you reference or which line that, please?
It's in the packet, the comments.
the comments are all in the packet, and this is starting on page 332 is where we're starting here for today with 1055 602 comment 17. So we are going to be going through the comments. All of the package that the board members have, the 14-page document that they have, is just an abbreviated version of the hundreds page document that is in the board packet, but it is verbatim with the information.
So is that document available to the public since it is a public document?
I don't have it available right now. It's the same language that's in the document that is available to the public that's in the packet. It's the same thing. It's just taken from that for board members to make it easier to follow.
I'm using each number where this starts.
Is page 332.
332.
Yes. And I've got the full 400-page agenda in front of me, and I'll scroll through it and make reference to which page these comments are on as we get through them. So we're going to start with comment 17, which is on page 332 of the board agenda. Board Accreditation Committee recommended reviewing the following definitions as they are not in rule. Comment 19, MFPE noted that definition in 7 had a citation error, and it's not explain that. Comment 31, educational organizations and 3 commenters proposed changing the definition for pupil instruction day, and recommended pupil instruction day means a school day of pupil instruction, and striking when organized instruction is conducted with students under the supervision of a teacher. Comment 34, education organizations and 3 commenters proposed changes to the definition for 58 stakeholder engagement, and recommended the following. Stakeholder engagement means a measurable, inclusive, intentional, and ongoing process of communicating to, learning from, and partnering with stakeholders to best support continuous school improvement and learning outcomes for all students, with new language added to the end of that sentence saying stakeholder engagement shall satisfy at a minimum the applicable requirements for encouraging and facilitating public participation in Title II, Chapter 3, Part 1 MCA. Comment 35, which is on page 335 of the agenda. MFPE noted the definition in 58 stakeholder engagement involves continuous engagement, ongoing, measurable, etc. It stated these new requirements will take more time for proper implementation. Comment 37, MFPE recommends adding a reference to public service and public workplace settings to 68 work-based learning. And as a follow-up, McCall reached out to state rulemaking experts to better understand the rationale and precedent for including definitions in statute for terms that do not exist in our rules. Rulemaking experts shared that rules have the force and effect of law. There needs to be clear purpose for having these defined in rule, including terms and guidelines for the public that are not in statute and not in rule have no place in R. If it's in statute, reference to the statute, but don't repeat the language. Quote, rules should not unnecessarily repeat statute. From MAPA. The red tape task force has been focused on streamlining agency work, including rules, which would reduce reduce and trim the number of definitions. Instead, the proposed revisions add 20 definitions to chapter 55. If OPI needs to maintain rules for resources and materials, those terms should be defined in those materials and not rule. So that's what been the conclusions that we came up with as the accreditation committee with this whole question on greatly expanding the list of definitions when those definitions aren't anywhere else in law or anywhere else. So the board accreditation committee recommends that the board acknowledge comments 17, 19, 31, 34, 35, 37, and remove any terms in 1055-602 that do not exist throughout chapter 55, and work with the Office of Public Instruction to provide clear guidance in their resources and materials to define commonly used terms when appropriate.
Second, is that a motion?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
Yes,
actually, the committee does not need a second. If it's a committee, but we can check.
So it's been moved by Dr. Clark and seconded by Board Member Lacy, that the board acknowledge comments 17, 19, 31, 34, 35, and 37, and remove any terms in 1055-602 that do not exist throughout chapter 55, and subsequently work with the Office of Public Instruction to provide clear guidance in their resources and materials to define commonly used terms where appropriate. Is there any public comment? Deputy Superintendent Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chair Clark, I appreciate the insight and perspective, and it does align to some of the work we've been doing at the OPI. So I'd like to point out, we've been looking at the term proficiency-based learning. We don't believe there's such a thing as an assessment that is a learning system or an education system. So proficiency, as we know, both in assessment and other places, is a measurement of attainment. It is not a learning system. And so as you look at these elements, we would encourage that it looks at all the definitions, which I believe is what you had indicated, Chair Clark. So that's another one. We're creating terms that perhaps are just an idea as opposed to really having solid. We know proficiency exists, but proficiency-based learning systems, never seen one, can't find one. Thank you.
Further public comment? Anyone online? Board comment?
Madam Chair, perhaps it would be helpful if we go under comment 17 and just clarify which of those, are all of those going away? Is that what the motion is saying? No. So maybe we need to, since not all of them are going away, maybe we need to go through those. And
The only one that's not is the there's one that's now added because of some of the change, pupil instruction. So from this list, pupil instruction will remain. And maybe I actually already removed it.
You did, because it's not here.
Yeah, so other than that, that is correct.
that's the entire list with, there's no references in chapter 55. And so they would be removed from this section, from chapter 55 as a definition. Thank you.
I do want to make sure that we leave an opening if we find that one of these terms, I mean, I know you're not thorough, but if we find one of these terms referenced in board rules, then we would leave the definition. Further board comment? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Board Member Clark, you want to continue?
Comment 27, which is on page 334 of the large agenda. MMPE noted that minimum requirements, which is the definition, seems unnecessary and questioned where 10 or more students was stated in rule. And motion from the board accreditation committee is to recommend that the board partially agree with comment 27, propose the following definition: minimum requirement as used in 1055-606 sub 3 means a group of 10 or more students for reporting valid and reliable results that pertains to student performance.
So motion.
Yes.
Okay,
Second.
and it's been moved by Dr. Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacy, that we adopt a new definition of minimum or revised definition of minimum requirement, and say that minimum requirement as used in 1055-606 sub 3 means groups of 10 or more students for reporting valid and reliable results as pertains to student performance. Is there public comment? Online? No. Okay. Board member comment.
Just a procedural question. Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair. Do we want to keep the subgroup 3 in there? I think we'd had some discussion about other rules, not including the subgroups in case things were changed, then you don't have to make a bunch of other changes. So
Can we do that as a friendly amendment?
Definitely.
Okay. Are we ready for a vote? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Comment 30 from page 334. The education organizations, the 3 commenters proposed changes to the definition for 30 or 51 pupil instruction and recommended changes. Pupil instruction now occurs in 1055-706 based on our previous action of 4.5 weeks ago. So, make a motion. Board Accreditation Committee recommends that the board partially agree with comment 30 and recommends the following language in 1055-602. Pupil instruction as defined in 20-1-101 MCA.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacy to revise the definition for pupil instruction to say pupil instruction as defined in 20-1-101 MCA. Is there any public comment? Is it online? Okay, any board member comments?
I think this cleans it up, and if there's any changes in one place, you don't have to go back and forth. So I think it makes sense to do this.
Seeing no further comments, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Moving on to 1055-605. This is on page 336 of the agenda. Comment 46. Education organizations, MFPE, and 3 commenters proposed changes to the section and recommended following. Accredited with distinction means the school has met assured standards, exceeded student performance standards as defined in ARM 1055-606, and met the licensure endorsement requirements related to teaching assignments. A copy of the accreditation status criteria reference guide must be made publicly available by the superintendent of public instruction. 3 consecutive years in the accreditation with distinction status allows the local board of trustees to remain accredited with distinction, therefore solely on the basis of whether the school continues to exceed student performance standards as defined in ARM 1055-606, performance from year to year thereafter. If the school ceases to exceed student performance standards, the accreditation of such school will be determined through standards applicable to initial accreditation. Comment 47, 8 commenters opposed the new category accreditation with distinction and stated that distinction category goes above requirements for minimum standards. Comment 48, MFPE opposed the 3 years on probation and stated that is too long and recommended a revision. Comment 49, the board accreditation committee stated that there are inconsistencies in accredited with probation and accredited on probation language and recommended remaining consistent by using accredited with probation throughout the rule. Comment 50, the board accreditation committee commented that this section needs more work. There are major concerns from the committee on numerous areas. Worth noting are removal of the non-accreditation status in sub 9, the ability for a board of trustees to waive assured standards in sub 1, and the new names and levels of accreditation. Potential changes in this section will also require changes to 1055-606. And as follow-up information, the Board Accreditation Committee discussed and provided recommendation for language. The motion from the Accreditation Committee is to recommend that the board agree with comments 47, 48, and 50, and revert back to the current language in 1055-605, including cleanup language from the chapter 55 notice of public hearing to state the following. Under categories, and that is, I'm not going to read all of that. That is in your packets.
Would you maybe highlight it, please?
And I can help you too, Mr. Chair.
Please.
So basically what this would do is it would revert back to the current language in 1055-605. There were some changes that the board made before going out for public comment to clarify the accreditation status criteria reference guide and kind of make some of those sentences a little bit more understandable. And so some of those changes will certainly remain. I also believe that there were some what else? Other changes. I think it was mostly cleanup from before with the notice of public hearing. But that, Mr. Chair, so it would go back to basically the previous language with those additional changes made for cleanup purposes.
A second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacy that we make the changes to the category, excuse me, that we agree with comment 47, 48, 50, and we revert back to current language in 1055, 605, and include the cleanup language from the chapter 55 notice of public hearing, which was published in October. Any public comment? Deputy Superintendent Allen.
Thank you, Chair Quinlan. Just a couple things to point out. The negotiated rulemaking committee was unanimous on this recommendation of differentiations. They had over 3,000 public comments that were provided to them during the course of negotiated rulemaking, and they read and considered those as well. That's one. The second thing I would ask you, for those that have been around a long time with the Board of Public Ed, to ask yourself and answer the question, when's the last time that a school district received non-accredited status in the state of Montana? And so when we continue to perpetuate elements that never come into play, maybe that's a good time to remove those types of things. Because what I can tell you in our research, which was available to you as well, there are 0 that have ever gone to non-accredited status. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Ms. Curtis.
Amanda Curtis, president of MFPE, and regarding comment 50, I want to commend this board on and the accreditation committee specifically on recognizing that this needs some more work and committing to looking at it. Remind everyone that while this is the timeline for this particular work, you all have the authority to continue looking at these things anytime you want to take up. And so I appreciate that you've decided you've got more work to do here and encourage you to continue to think about what this should look like. Thank you.
Further public comment? Seeing none, board member comments. Board member Rasmussen.
May I ask questions of Deputy Allen? Would that be appropriate? Could you talk to me a little bit more about the non-accredited status, school and deficiency status fails to meet? Why has no school ever gotten there? Is it because it was just a timeline thing? And I'll just say this timeline thing and COVID hit and, you know, all the rules were thrown away. Or what is the reason why?
It's because the element of how the process has been set up for many, many years, it was never set up in a process that you would ever get a district to that. There were elements to move on deficiencies. They come back to the boards with plans of improvement. They give evidence that they've made progress on that plan of improvement, and it continues that cycle. So I also believe it's because of these 2 factors. One, if you go to non-accredited status, what happens to all your students participating in MHSA extracurricular activities? The second, if you go to non-accredited status, it has funding implications. Thank you for your help. And you start losing funding. So because of what the implications are for that, I believe that that's why, that it has never happened. And those are my 2 thoughts on that.
Actually, I'd like to go on. Your comment.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to share an example that I believe occurred in the 90s, at a time when I was at OPI and brought the issue to the board. And that was that there was a school in Livingston that the fire marshal had closed because it was unhealthy. It was a fire hazard and it was unsafe for students to be there. And that is the only time I recall of the possibility that the school would have become not accredited. I don't actually think it happened, but that is
Was the
the consideration that came before the board. And so I guess the rest of that is that it isn't how they fill out the team's report or the annual, whatever the old version was called, the annual data collection. But it usually is something that's very severe in terms of perhaps the physical facility or something else that has come to light.
And keep in mind on intensive, the OPI is out providing services when it gets to an intensive status. So everything is in play that never occurs. And I believe it's because we all know what the impact to kids is if that does happen.
Okay, so which one of you or who in this room or anybody was around? I remember when these new categories were adopted, but were any of you around when they were adopted and can give me some information about why non-accredited status was originally placed in the document?
I'm going to ask Nicole to share. So she said non-accredited is actually in statute. So,
References to it, I did a quick search to see.
Julie,
please.
Or Chair Quinlan, actually not to answer that question, but I just want to make public comment. So I don't have an answer to that question. I don't know if you want to take my comment at this time, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Yesterday, the board spent time looking at the accreditations of our educator preparation programs. I just want to make something very parallel, right? They go through accreditation processes on the qualities of the programming to help them determine what they're doing really well so that they keep doing it, and really to have that continuous improvement piece. When you look at accreditations of our EPPs across this country, you see categories of accredited with distinction, accredited with probation. Non-accredited is also one of those pieces in there, and there are EPPs across the country who become non-accredited. What I would say to you is it's very interesting that in our K-12 accreditation process, we treat that so different than what we do with our EPPs when it comes to accrediting. And I believe that with all best intentions, when we took the annual data collection for our K-12 schools and married it to the accreditation process, that was intended to try to be sure that the annual data collection got completed every year, that the process of accrediting our K-12 schools has now become about an annual data collection, completing your annual data, inputting it, and being sure that it's in, and not as much about really looking at the accreditation quality of the continuous improvement and that element of that CSIP to the point that the unintended consequences are that it's become about just inputting data, checking data, and that these accreditation statuses don't actually have much to do with anything more than did these boxes get checked and to what degree did they get checked, and so much on the assurance standards rather on the quality of the program that's being delivered. So I challenge us to think about why are we willing in our EPPs to have accredited with distinction? Why are there other places in the country, other states willing to acknowledge schools as being distinct? For some reason, and I know we've talked about being sure that is there an element within that category that says, do we take into consideration the disproportionality of maybe some of the student groups within that category? I do recall that comment of one of the board members in previous discussions about chapter 55. But I stand here today to say, why are we just going to take public comment about removing these categories when there was a consensus among a group that spent a lot of time in negotiated rulemaking to say, we understand why we might want to change these categories, because it comes about being about a quality of a school, recognizing, sharing what those promising practices are across. And if we're really not ever going to not accredit a school, then let's be sure they get the support that they need in the accreditation with probationary status and in that corrective action process that isn't just coming to the board to say in a corrective action mode. We didn't fulfill the requirement to have licensed teachers, so next year we're going to put in a licensed teacher, rather than it being about what they're doing to improve the quality of the programming and services for their students. Thank you so much for letting me make a comment.
Are you able to address the non-accredited question?
Yeah, Madam Chair. So it's actually referenced in 29-311. 20-9-311, which is calculating A and B. There's a whole section there that just talks about if a school has been designated as non-accredited by the Board of Public Ed, that those students who are enrolled no longer receive A and B. It's very specific to the A and B funding. But there is language in there about the board's authority to determine if a school is non-accredited.
Board Member Lacy.
Are we done with public comment or?
No, I'm sorry, that's okay. Further public comment. Board Member.
Thank you, Dr. Mergel. Appreciate your comments. I believe that the 1055-601 accreditation standards procedures, the changes that we've already voted to make in that area actually keeps the accreditation process. It makes it better than just checking boxes on a report. I believe those changes have already been approved, and it's not just filling out a form any longer. And I think the process is there with the integrated action plan, whatever the terminology that we use, the profile of the graduate, all of those things I think are going to make our accreditation processes at the local level very, very robust. I think also the non-accredited, I think that a testament to having 0 non-accredited schools talks about that our accreditation processes and the support that was actually referred to that is given to schools that are struggling. That's a good thing. It's kept them from becoming non-accredited, but I know that it would be the fear of any superintendent to be in a process that was heading down that road to become non-accredited. So I believe that it is a deterrent and an incentive to make sure that we do what's right within all of the accreditation processes that are there. I think that there is some room for improvement here, but I didn't think we had the time, and to Ms. Curtis's comments, I think this can be looked at again. I just don't think we nailed the right language that was brought to the board. They are the board's rules, and I totally understand that the negotiated rulemaking and all of that works, but at the end of the day, there are rules, not the negotiated rulemaking group's rules. And so I think this is a way to keep what seems to be working, and that we don't have non-accredited schools becoming non-accredited, while at the same time improving upon the process for that and the procedures, and also that the accreditation status criterion reference guide, which has always been in this booklet, that we've cleaned up that language and made it clear so that people understand what that even is. So I support the motion.
Thank you. I also want to reiterate something that we talked about at the November or perhaps the September meeting, but that the standards of accreditation are integral to our definition of the basic system of quality public schools, and they are considered standards that every school district needs to meet. And so I understand that, I do understand that the data collection has created its own kind of entity or piece of the structure that perhaps maybe drives too much focus on those data pieces and not enough focus on continuous school improvement. But what isn't here for me in the proposed language that came from the negotiated rulemaking committee is we still don't have that nexus of definitions of accreditation that fit with our definition, with the use of, or the list, the inclusion of the accreditation standards in that definition in statute of a basic system of college public schools, all of which came about after, years of school funding lawsuits. So that to me is really what still needs to be talked about and talked through. And I'm as well, I was open to a continuation of this conversation, but I think today I will support the motion.
And I'd just like to echo that I would love to see more discussion, more study on this. When I was in North Dakota, I was able to lead a school to become a cognitive school of distinction with the accreditation that they had process that they have there. But as Chair Quinlan indicated, they haven't gone through those various lawsuits on what defines basic education and that sort. But I would love to see the OPI continue to work with this idea, this concept, and with Cognia. And there are many schools in Montana that work directly with Cognia to go above and beyond. And I agree. I think we've made some positive changes. And is the accreditation system still too much, even with these changes that we've made? Is it still too much input based? Probably so. But I think we are starting to go down this road, and we've had these discussions, and I would encourage the OPI to continue to do that. And I don't know other players out there. I've worked directly with Advanced Ed, now Cognia, for a number of years, and as a reviewer and as a person being reviewed. And that might be a great place to start. What does their research show on how to determine this? Whereas our responsibility here is to set the minimum standards.
Oh, sorry. Board member Helena.
Thank you. And I was beyond me. I just a follow up to your comment. I guess that's what I was really looking for as well. And I think we as a board need is an example. If it's not going to be this way, what can it be? Like what is working in other states that are doing it differently, that have distinction? I need more information and more concrete examples of how I would love it to be less data input based. And I know there's great models out there, and I need to know if we're not going to do it this way, how are we going to do it?
Board member Rasmussen.
I struggled with this section a lot before and now. I was going to go down the road of removing non-accredited status, but as I look more fully just now at 20-9-311, there's no way we can get rid of non-accredited status in MCA. And it led me to your story, led me to a story I know of 20 years ago of a superintendent who decided that they were going to get credits. Students were going to get credits, but they were only going to go to class 20 minutes a day. And then he was going to have a whole bunch of classes, And it seems to me that kind of, thank goodness somebody corrected, I'm not sure about yet. That could have led to some real problems for students. So I guess I'm going to leave that alone. I have always had trouble with accreditation with this distinction. It's not that I don't believe in it. I really think that this should happen. However, I think it needs to be a different kind of process than this, because we're required to do a system of basic public education. That doesn't mean that we don't also do things as a board to acknowledge students, the biliteral, the seal of biliteracy, all those kinds of things to talk about and encourage distinction. And perhaps it needs to be an aspirational thing that is somehow added on and not stuck with accreditation. Because I don't think, based upon the Constitution, that while I think it's great, I don't think that that has a place in for accreditation. You know, I think it's something, it should be a separate process that schools can say, I'm gonna go for, or whatever, you know, this is what we're gonna strive for. And then it would be that process more like the EPPs go through, you know, where you submitted yourself to a whole process and people came in and checked you out, you know, and that maybe could get you 4 or 5 or 6 years, just like the EPPs get 7, right? Okay. Okay. I think that that has a place, but I just don't think it's here in accreditation. I just don't think that the Constitution allows for that.
Board Member Henry.
Isn't that like what the blue ribbon
Yeah.
schools are,
Yeah.
for example?
Yeah.
Dr. Marble, is that kind of a way that we're doing it currently, recognizing schools with distinction?
Board Chair Helena, yes, absolutely. Blue School Ribbons is a process that does recognize and kind of award distinction. In that way, yes. And it is based solely though on student performance scores in SBAC and ACT.
Thank you for that clarification.
Further board comments, board member Ham, Dr. Rizzo. Dr. Rizzo, would you ask another question?
Yes.
Could that blue ribbon be expanded in such a way that took the components here and be another section for distinction?
So Board Member Ham, that is a national federal recognition, Blue Ribbon Schools. That model could be absolutely brought into a process at the state level, similar or redefined. Absolutely.
Right.
Thank you. That's not.
Further board comments or questions?
Follow up. Is
Remember,
it possible, how much time do we have to focus on redoing this section? I'm very with this, given what the rulemaking investment was and what our investments has been, and yet I still don't see it for progress. And I don't think we're there.
Madam Chair, as far as the MAPA timeline, we do have to file in March. You do have to approve the notice in March.
Right.
But that's not to say that there couldn't be a working group after that focuses specifically on this, you know, 605, 606, and wherever else it may come up in chapter 55. I definitely see that happening, and I believe it's narrow enough that some kind of work group or something could work on that. I think this group is the one to determine, and probably working with OPI, since you know standards of accreditation is such a joint process. But I think you know they've been good partners. We just need to probably reach out and have that conversation.
And I just would add that you know these standards will go into effect July 1st of this year. So the next opportunity for a set of standards to go into effect would be the following July. Are we ready for a vote? You have the motion before you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. No. Board member Hammond voting no. The motion passes. Okay. We'd like to take a break.
That's for,
Okay.
but
Okay, if you have.
just all around this,
Okay.
without objection, like to direct board staff to respond to comments 46 and 49 based upon previous board action.
Without objection. Okay, keep going.
Now, I recommend we take a bio break and then reconvene at 7:02.
The time of 7.
We can take both a bio break and a birthday. Great. Okay, need to reconvene the board and we are ready. I'll turn this back over to Board Member Clark to continue through the standards of accreditation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Continue with 1055-702, licensure and duties of district administrator, district superintendent. This is on page 338 of the agenda. Comment 57, MFPE noted the proposed rules regarding superintendent duties do not align with requirements in current education preparation program standards. And as a note, the testimony that was given in November was not in regards to 1055-702, as the duties of the superintendent are stipulated in state law. 1055-702 is simply a copy of that statutory language.
And Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I think what happened in November, if you remember, we went over this one and then we got to 703. And based on the fact that the comments were the same, we were going to skip over 703 as well, but that's actually where the concern was. So 702 wasn't really one that we needed to revisit, but we decided to, so just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
So the Board Accreditation Committee recommends that the board disagree with comment 57, as those duties listed in 1055-702 are very similar to those stipulated in 20-4-402 MCA.
So I would suggest that we accept this without objection.
Okay.
We good? Okay,
Right.
let's go on.
Okay, 1055-703, licensure and duties of a school principal. Comment 58, MFPE noted that the proposed rules regarding principal duties do not align with the requirements in current EPP standards. Call, would you like to?
Yeah, I'm happy to summarize. So after the meeting, if you remember back in November, we heard from Rob Watson, Executive Director of School Administrators of Montana, that there were some concerns in this area around the additional responsibilities that were being added for principals, and that those duties that were being proposed in 1055-703 didn't actually align with the duties that are listed in Chapter 58 for the educator preparation programs. So to get a better idea of what those duties in Chapter 58 are, Dr. Watson provided me kind of this list, develop school mission and vision and continuous school improvement, implementation of professional norms and reflective practice, creation of supportive, equitable, culturally responsive and inclusive school culture, etc. So that was the information that I got from him, and that was to clarify kind of what some of their opposition was on the changes that are here in 703.
Thank you. In the form of a motion, the Board Accreditation Committee recommends that the board agree with comment 58, revert back to the original language in 1055-703, while still including internship changes in sub 1B and the additional language in the last sentence, which would read sub 3. The principal shall carry out the district's policy and procedures, provide instructional leadership, and be responsible for the effective day-to-day operation of the school district, including the management of finances, materials, and human resources to maximize student learning outcomes.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Board Member Clark and seconded by Board Member Lacey to adopt the new language for just go with the motion that was just made. Is there public comment? Dr. Watson.
Chair Quinlan, members of the board, Rob Watson for the record, Executive Director, School Administrators of Montana. Appreciate your thoughtfulness around this 703. We didn't necessarily disagree with any of the suggested changes, but we felt like if you're going to make changes and add additional duties, it should align with the EPP standards. So I appreciate the careful thought around that. I think the existing language in 703 is broad enough. And so I appreciate the recommendation of the accreditation. Thank you.
Further public comment? Seeing none, board member comments. Board Member Lacey.
I appreciate Dr. Watson going through the EPP standards and creating a list to kind of summarize what was in there. And we actually, the accreditation committee, we kind of toyed with the idea of putting that long list but where does the list stop? You know, that it just got so big. And so we said, no, that list doesn't make sense to put in here. These broader categories capture all of that, as well as the proposed language that was in there. But we really like that last sentence, to maximize student learning outcomes, because that's the purpose of everything that we should be doing in schools. And so we like to state it here as well.
Any other board member comments? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes. Back to you.
Moving to 1055-712. This is on page 340, class size elementary. Comment 75. CISPAC, MOFE, MFPE, and 59 commenters opposed the proposed revision and recommended retaining the requirement for instructional aids. Comment 76. 7 commenters supported the proposed revisions and recommended the following language: the school district must provide additional and competent human resources when exceeding the maximum class size. Comment 77, the board accreditation committee stated that the human resources language in sub 5 is unclear in terms of who and what would qualify as a human resource, and recommended the following language: the school district must assign qualified human resources that comply with all fingerprint and background check requirements when exceeding maximum class sizes. Motion from the accreditation committee is to agree with comment 77 and respond accordingly to comments 75 and 76.
Second.
So it's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Lacy that we agree with comment 77 and respond accordingly to comment 75 and 76. Is there public comments?
So I
Wait a minute.
sorry. Got ahead of myself.
Mr. Curtis.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Amanda Curtis with MFPE, and I really appreciate the work that you've done to try to come to some kind of an agreement or maybe a middle ground. But on behalf of the classrooms, teachers, and paraprofessionals in every single school across Montana who are tasked with making sure that these kids are safe and are on task and learning at every moment of every day, I urge you to not change this rule and to make sure that we have staff members, paraprofessionals, and that the number remain at 5 and not 6. Thank you very much for considering the voice of the educators.
Further public comment. Seeing none online, is there board member comment?
Just to clarify then, are we adding the language that comply with all fingerprint background check?
That's the proposal. That's the motion.
Yes, okay, so isn't that already required?
Madam Chair.
Board member Tharp.
It would, for classroom volunteer, a parent coming in to volunteer, I think it would be up to individual districts. I'm not sure that part is, of course, every employee has to be fingerprint background checked. But as far as volunteers in the school, I'm not sure of that. Some schools are very hardcore about that, while others are a little more loose about parents in the classroom.
By law, it's required that any para that would be in the classroom have a background check. And I don't believe that this law allows for a parent volunteer to be.
Madam Chair.
Board member Lacy.
So I think a good place to look is back at the original language in 712, and then to look at the proposed language in 712 and to note the difference. So the old language said instructional aids as the title, which I think that definitely implies that that's an employee of the district. The new language changed that to human resources. And I think that does leave the door open for volunteers, for high school students on an open period to come down. I mean, I think that was actually the intent of that, and I can look that up in the original document. So I think it does leave the door open for that, and that's why the accreditation committee felt that we needed to make sure that there was a background check on anybody. Whoever was considered a human resource employee or not, that they had a background check to be in those classrooms.
Thank
Board
you.
Member Headland.
Thank you for the clarification. It does make me a little uneasy that it could be anybody in the classroom. I think that, you know, we are currently utilizing this, and I think it's important that they're trained and employees in the classroom.
Madam Chair, just to follow up to read the rationale in the original document that we worked off of says that prioritizing instructional responsibilities of teachers and providing flexibility for local school districts to determine the resources needed when elementary classrooms are overloaded. So it was definitely flexibility was the rationale behind that change.
Board Member Rasmussen.
I was just gonna respond about the, about the fingerprints is, I believe the law states that, because I've had to use it several times, had to use it, let's go that way, that volunteers don't have to be fingerprinted if they're not alone with students, as long as they're supervised at all times. So this would add another layer of protection if that flexibility was engaged.
So given this length, does anybody else?
I have one more
Okay.
comment. The other suggestion that change that was included in the Mars notice was an overload of 6 or more students per classroom is not allowed. So when you read that language, the maximum is still 5. That 6 is not allowed, so the maximum is still 5. So just to clarify that.
Just want to make a comment on the record. I know how hard it is to hire instructional aides and paras right now, and have definitely struggled with that. So I'm just really torn on it because, like I said, I really believe and, you know, understand Ms. Curtis's comments and know that those teachers need good help in those classrooms when they're that large, especially in the younger grades. And so I see both sides of it. It's a hard one.
Board Member Ham.
I just wanted to support the recommendation as it is. I think in the times we're living in, it's essential that we have that flexibility, especially that we remember that 74% of our schools are small rural schools. And I know in Clancy, my grandfather came in and read stories, and at his funeral, there were hundreds of families who came because he was their story. And I think that we have to have a flexibility to be able to do that.
Are you supporting the motion?
Yes.
Okay. I have one comment I want to make in it, and it is actually looking at the verb assign. So the school district must assign qualified human resources. I guess my question there is that more of a permanent, you know, it's a more of a commitment than on any given day, someone's coming in to help in the classroom or to reach children. That's my understanding.
That was the
word
intent
assign.
when we
I just want to have that conversation.
when we moved it from provide additional, which we weren't sure what that meant. So we used the verb assign, which we felt made it more of a process. It's a process word, and that it's more of a we're trouble finding words today, but it was more strategic is who was going to be placed in the classroom. We also put the qualified piece in there too. That was a new word from the original proposal, that they need to be qualified in some way, and but the district still determines both of those.
Yes, one final comment. I just hope that districts would interpret qualified as someone who they are providing professional development to and engaging in their professional development for best practices, CPI training, all of those things.
And our board member Keith.
Thank you. Susie, this might be a question for you, but when you take out that specific, like 1.5 hours per day, as a building administrator, could you just say, oh, I'm going to stick a parent in a classroom for 20 minutes and help relieve some of the pressure? Like, I'm a little concerned about how flexible that is.
Currently, I have a paraprofessional that is trained in part of our professional development program that we assign for that 1.5 hours. So in classrooms that are quite large, they may be in there all day. And that's how I operate with this.
Yeah, but without that specific hourly requirement. Our proposed language doesn't say anything about how much time you have to devote to that classroom. Is that a concern or not?
That could be a big change, a game changer for depending on how districts felt and chose to operate. Yes.
So as a classroom teacher, that would be my concern, that some administrator might say, hey, I gave you a parent for 10 minutes before lunch to help you get them out the door. So I've assigned you your qualified human resource. I don't know. And I know that's the worst case scenario. I hope that doesn't happen, but it is concerning.
Board member Lacey.
Madam Chair, and to follow up on that, with the 1.5 hours per day for student overload will be gone with the proposal. And that is actually to Ms. Curtis's point, actually, that it was a limit of 4, because if you had 4 overloaded students, that was 1.5 hours each, that was 6 hours, and that's a typical student day. So really the limiter was 4. So we've also increased the overload by 1. And I think that's what our teachers were responding to as well, just to be completely transparent about what that language change does.
Further board comments? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no?
No.
Motion, I believe there were 2 voted aye and 4 voted, I'm sorry, 5 voted. You voted aye? Okay, so board members Tharp, Hammond, and Quinlan voted aye, and board members Hedeland, Lacey, and Rasmussen voted no. And Ian, how did you vote?
I voted affirmative.
Okay, so the motion passed.
Can you repeat who voted for and against?
So in the affirmative, it was board member Keith, board member Quinlan, board member Hammond, and board member Tharp. And then the noes were board member Hedeland, Lacey, and Rasmussen. Okay. 7:14.
Okay, we're on 1055, 714, on page 340, comment 78, education organizations, and 3 commenters proposed changes to this section and recommended the following. 1A shall be aligned with the district education profile and educational goals outlined in the district integrated strategic plan described in ARM 1055-601. B shall be provided to address safety, well-being, and mental health of students and staff.
Mr. Chair, can I make a clarification too really quick?
Please.
You guys have already made some decisions on the graduate profile term. You did vote to retain that term. Also on the former CSIP now is going to be called the Integrated Strategic Action Plan. So your decision today is really just to add and staff, just to be clear.
Okay, so the motion from the committee is to agree with comment 78 with the addition of and staff and tweak the other cool language we talked about 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Second that.
Yeah, okay, so motion has been made by board member Tharp and seconded by, of course. I think I'll take board member Headland as the second on that. And basically, the motion is to add the language and staff to the previous changes that we've already proposed for this section. Is that correct? Correct.
Madam Chair, before public comment, can I just point of order that this is the topic of 714 is professional development. And so just so that we're clear on what we're talking about here for the staff.
Okay, and the other clarification I'd like to make, and I believe this is what McCall was saying, is we are sticking with the term district graduate profile. And we're not changing it to an education. Yes. Okay, public comment. Board member, then online. Board member comment.
I think it's really wise to take into account the health and well-being of our staff. I think that is wise, and I think we should be providing professional development around that. They are the most important people in our classrooms and in our schools, and I think that this is a wise decision.
Any further board comment?
Yeah,
Board member Headland.
just to follow up with board member Lacey, I agree completely, and also want to throw out an invite. We have Levi Horn coming on January 16th to Townsend School District, and he's an incredible speaker regarding. We got to hear him at Incel, and we're lucky enough to bring him to Townsend now, and is going to do a work site wellness workshop for our staff and talk about the importance of mental health for our students and for our staff. And he played football for U of M and then went on to the NFL. Just has a really cool stories, really inspiring, and talks about the importance of self-care and all that. So looking forward to that, and would welcome anybody that would like to join.
Board member Tharp.
And Madam Chair, and just continue to echo what the other two ladies just said too, is as an advocate for mental health and instructor for QPR and mental health first aid, I make it clear in all of the classes that I teach. I just recently got done teaching QPR to the entire Sydney Police Department and making it clear that those suicide prevention awareness things are not just for their interactions in the field. That's for them to be looking after everybody that they on their department with them. Same thing for staff when I teach QPR in schools or elsewhere, other places. It's meant for you and everybody, but it's also meant for you and that person right next to you. I think this is a powerful addition here, and hopefully we can encourage schools to expand their PD opportunities to address these topics just like what Susie talked about.
Are we ready for the question? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passed.
Okay, moving on, 1055, comment 79, MFP supported the proposed revisions. Without objection, direct board staff to respond accordingly.
Without objection.
Okay, 1055, 715 is on the bottom of page 340. Comment number 80. Oh, in this section, instructional paraprofessionals qualification and supervision. Comment 80 is the education organizations, and 3 commenters proposed changes to this section to recommend the following. The designated professional has a responsibility to provide regularly scheduled communication and direction to the instructional paraprofessional, and not to delegate any activity to the instructional paraprofessional that requires professional skill, knowledge, and judgment. And here's the additional part reserved to educational leaders. And on behalf of the teachers.
Licensed teachers. That sounded good too.
I was looking for my glasses earlier and I can't find them. I think they're in my suitcase, so apologies. Reserved to licensed teachers. On behalf of the accreditation committee, I make a motion that we agree with comment 80.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Lacey that we agree with comment 80, which adds the language at the end of that sentence, reserved to licensed teachers. Is there a public comment? Deputy Superintendent Allen.
Chair Quinlan, members of the board. I think it's really important to really consider what's happening in practice. So I want to just focus in on special education for FAPE services. We have a shortage right now of nearly 100 special education teachers. We have school districts that assign regular ed teachers, or they assign paraprofessionals under supports from co-op services that are actually providing those services because there is no licensed teacher available. And so I just want to bring that awareness that in practice, this is already occurring. So in accreditation standards, what we would look at that then is as a deviation for those schools that use paraprofessionals as those primary supports in classrooms with students. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay, board member comments. Board member Russ.
I have a problem with this because it says licensed teachers, and as we've been told by OPI a number of times, those teachers, those acting as teachers in school who are emergency authorized are not licensed teachers. So that would eliminate all those people from this. And so I cannot support this.
Further board comment, board member Hammond. The friendly amendment in order to strike. Well, I think at that point, there would be no change when we did the original language. Other board members, board member Clark.
Point of clarification, emergency authorized teachers are not considered licensed.
No, is that correct?
That is correct, they are not licensed.
They're not licensed. That was when we had our report yesterday on quality, our educator shortages. That point was made again.
Given that information, I will be voting against my own motion.
Could I just ask one clarification? Our emergency authorized can be teacher of record. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. Do you other board comments?
If that's the case, we're setting, I mean,
Right,
the
so
language sounds great, it looks great,
yeah.
but we're setting
Do
teachers.
we
we're
want
setting
to
schools
withdraw
up
the
for great.
motion, or do we want to vote the motion down?
You withdraw and then.
Madam Chair, I'd like to withdraw my motion
Okay, and your motion would then be to disagree with comment A.
and replace it with my motion is to disagree with comment A.
Okay, all right, so we have a new motion. The first motion was withdrawn. The new motion is to disagree with comment 80. Is there a second? Second. So it's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Headland to disagree with comment 80. Is there a public comment?
I would like to hear with education organization. So sorry, Dr. Watson, do you recall the rationale for making this recommendation?
Just give me a second.
Okay.
I'm gonna move it to board member comment, given
Okay.
your questions. So does anybody else have a comment or question before we? Board member Keith.
Thank you. I think the intent is to say classroom teachers have a certain skill set that paraprofessionals do not. This doesn't say they have to be supervised by a licensed teacher, but they can't be doing things that a classroom teacher, if they're licensed. Like the word licensed doesn't bother me. The intent of this is that you cannot assign to paraprofessionals what classroom teachers are skilled for. And whether you are a licensed teacher or a emergency, that's where I guess I wish it said reserved to classroom teachers, and it would eliminate the. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Yes, so let's hear from Dr. Watson and we can talk about any kinds of amendments that we want.
Yeah, I apologize. I don't think there was any other reason other than just to add a clarifier to the sentence.
Madam Chair, I think given the flexibility that we provided in the human resource part of an aide or a person that would be in the classroom, I think having this sideboard, adding some kind of sideboard here that those human resources aren't going to be expected to have the same kind of knowledge level, skill level, and judgment level as somebody who's actually trained. So I think the sideboards of some kind might be important. I have a little bit of a trouble here because we now call those aides, now they're human resources, qualified human resources, and then this whole section is on the instructional paraprofessionals. And so what's a subset of which ones is the correct term? I think we've muddied this a little bit, but that's probably not for today's discussion, but just wanted to make a point of
that. Board Member Keith, are you proposing an amendment or a substitute motion? Do you want to?
I just don't think if we just say the judgment reserved to licensed teachers, I think that's fine because it says paraprofessionals need to not be assigned things that teachers should be assigned, whether those, and a licensed teacher can be assigned the same thing as an emergency credentialed teacher, given the circumstances. So I think it's just setting the bar that the skill has to be, or the judgment has to be for a classroom teacher. So I'm okay with the red clarification.
Board Member Hammond.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think designated professional is the subject, and we're flipping it around in our discussion. This is the responsibility of the designated professional to provide communications and directions to the paraprofessional. So I don't think we need any further designation after putting a period in.
I agree. I agree. And with that, if we're ready, I'll call the question on the motion, and the motion is to disagree with comment 8. All in favor say aye. 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 Opposed, no? No. Board Member Lacy has voted no, and how have you, Board Member Keith, you voted aye?
No,
Okay.
I voted no.
Okay, so motion passes with Board Member Lacy and Keith voting no. Okay, let's move on to the
Okay, comment 51, MFP supports the proposed revisions without objection. Direct board staff to respond to comment 81 accordingly.
without objection.
Okay, moving on to 1055-716 substitute teachers. We are on page 341 of the agenda. Comment 82, MFP supported the proposed revisions. So without objection, as direct board staff to respond to comment 82 accordingly.
Without objection.
717, assignment of persons providing instructions to Braille students. Comment 83, MFP supported the proposed revisions. Without objection, direct board staff to respond to comment 83 accordingly.
Without objection.
1055-718, assignment of persons providing sign language interpreting for students who are deaf or hard of hearing. Comment 84, MFP supports the proposed revisions. Without objection, direct board staff to respond to comment 84 accordingly.
Without objection.
1055-721, hazard and emergency plans. Comment 85, the educational organizations and 3 commenters propose changes to this section and recommend the following. The local board of trustees shall adopt a policy addressing a school safety plan or emergency operations plan. The plan required by this rule shall be periodically reviewed with stakeholder input and updated as determined necessary by the trustees based on changing circumstances pertaining to school safety. And the additional part is Nothing in this rule shall be construed to require disclosure of elements of a school safety plan protected from public disclosure under the safety and security exemptions set forth in section 2-6-1003 MCA.
In your motion.
My motion is to agree with that comment. I think there's very good ideas that you don't show your entire hand when you're talking about safety and security.
Second, is there a second? So it's been moved by board member Clark and seconded by board member Lacy that we add, that we agree with comment 85, which adds a sentence to 1055-721 that says nothing in this rule shall be construed to require disclosure of elements of a school safety plan protected from public disclosure under the safety and security exception set forth in 2-6-1003 MCA. Is there public comment? Seeing none, is there board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Comment 86, MFB supported the proposed revisions without objection. Direct board staff to respond to comment 86 accordingly.
Without objection.
Moving on to 1055-801 school climate. We're now on page 342 of the agenda. Comment 87, MFPE supports the proposed revisions. Without objection, direct board staff to respond to comment 87 accordingly.
Without objection.
1055-802 opportunity and educational equity. Comment 88. The educational organizations and 3 commenters propose changes to this section and recommend the following. It is the purpose of the accreditation standards to guarantee quality of educational opportunity and to respect the dignity of every person in accordance with Article 2, Section 4 of the Montana Constitution and federal law. Strikes out regardless of race, color, sex, culture, social origin, or condition, or political or religious ideas. Adding the word without prejudice of any kind. So it's like striking out the laundry list and adding and clarifying some language there. This includes, but is not limited to, programs, facilities, educational materials, curriculum, counseling, library services, and extracurricular activities.
Mr. Chair, I would note that the red part is actually the action that you'll take today. The black strike and underline changes are ones that you guys had made before you went out for this public hearing. Just to clarify.
It was our intention at the time to be aligned with both the Montana Constitution and.
Sorry, did you make a motion?
No, motion is to agree with comment 88.
Is there a second? It's been moved by Dr. Tharp and seconded by board member Lacy to agree with comment 88. Is there public comment? Is there board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes.
1055-803 learner access. 89, comment 89, the board accreditation committee stated the language under 1 sub A is not consistent with the STEM and recommends the following changes. 1A, high quality instruction provided by a qualified educator that meets each of the following criteria. Little sub I engages students in authentic learning experiences that tie to their interests. Little sub I includes students in activities and given equal opportunity.
Second.
Okay, been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Lacy to agree with comment 89. Is there any public comments? Is there any board member comments?
It's just language cleanup, no change to the content.
Right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes.
1055-804 gifted and talented. Comment number 90, MFB supports the proposed revisions. Without objection, direct board staff to respond to comment 90 accordingly.
Without objection.
1055-901 basic education program elementary. Comment 91, MFPE supported the proposed revisions. Without objection, direct board staff to respond to comment 91 accordingly.
Without objection.
We are now on page 343 of the board packet, 1055-902, basic education program, middle grades. Comment 92. CISPAC, MFPE, MOFE, and 113 commenters oppose the proposed changes to remove required elective offerings for middle grades. And I would like to entertain some board discussion around this.
Okay, so I'll open it for board discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, board member Keith.
Thank you. I've been a middle school teacher most of my career, and I think the electives are crucial. I think it's what brings some students to school every day. They might hate my math class, but they love their electives. And I think paring that down is a disservice to middle school students, so I would also oppose this change.
Other board member comments? Board member Headland.
We did have a good discussion yesterday and hear from our student panel about how important some of those courses are, and they also are often CTE courses, so something for us to keep in mind.
Board member Rasmussen.
I have comment on the does this one talk about the 5? This one doesn't talk about the 5. This just talks about the term middle, junior high, 7th and 8th grade for middle school. Is that correct? Where's the 5?
We're talking about the visual arts and music, and is that what you're asking about?
Yeah.
So you would need to look.
Oh, I'm looking at the original. Okay, gotcha. Okay. So I understand the reasoning for this. Some smaller schools that may have a junior high program, or may have I can think of schools in the past that I've known very, very well that have very few students that have a middle school program. A struggle to have teachers that are qualified at a 7-12 or high school, we usually say level, to provide all of those instructions up to 5 classes. To maybe have a business teacher, but that'll be it. And they couldn't find an ag teacher, so they shuttered their ag program for a year. And maybe they have a part-time, music teacher, if at all, and nobody's teach art. So I understand that when we're talking about small schools, that 5 becomes really, really difficult. And while at a high school level, it's okay to maybe do something with Montana Digital Academy or whatever to fill in those gaps and those needs. At a middle school level, where you're doing more of a survey class or an introduction class, that becomes difficult. I worked in small schools my entire career, okay? And we always managed to find a way to fill this, but it was not very easy. And I worked on the top end of small schools, not the bottom end of small schools. So I understand this, and I agree that 5 is better than 3. Okay, I will disagree. But I understand the why, and I want to acknowledge that. That being said, I'm not going to support the cut to 3. I'm not going to support the cut to 3 because you still have things like career classes and things like that that you can add to the mix that thankfully don't require a teacher of a particular endorsement to be able to offer to middle school. And that's part of the problem of things like financial literacy and those kinds of things being added, is those are required to be taught by people with specific endorsements, not like a career class. But I do support the going back to junior high, 7th and 8th grade or middle school, because those are terms that are used in schools and used for accreditation and used for dishing out money. And yes, they're only used for terms in dishing out money, but when you as a superintendent have an elementary program, a junior high program, no middle school program, and a high school program, and you want to find the applicable information for that program, it should, at the very least, we should have the common courtesy to label that program that you may have in your school, that school designation, so you can find that easily. So I would like to leave it junior high, 7th and 8th grade, or middle school.
Madam Chair, she's responding to comment 93.
Oh, 93. Yes, I was not 92. Okay,
Kind of merged them together, but I think that's okay.
I apologize. I had both in my head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Board Member Clark.
I'd like to agree with the comments made. As our student panel noted yesterday, how key those CTE courses are, that to be able to them as how important they are to those high school students. Those start in the middle grades. Those start with the junior high ag program. Those start with some sort of a foods program or some sort of an introductory HOSA sort of thing. So they start there, and the flexibility exists for a variety of teachers to teach those particular CTE courses there. So I would agree with comment 92, and when this comes up, I'm prepared to make a motion to disagree. To agree with comment 92 and not make those cuts.
Any other board discussion before we go to?
Just
Board Member Lacey.
to remind us of some of the comments and concerns. There was concerns about that you'd have to have 3 of the following kind of categories, and that arts is one category. So like you wouldn't have to off just one of those: visual arts, media arts, theater arts, music, dance, where now many schools offer those as separate, and they're not considered lumped together in one category. So that was a concern that was addressed in the public comments. So just wanted to kind of mention that in the changes as well.
Other board comments? Did you want to go for the motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I move to agree with comment 92 and not make the changes as proposed in 902.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacey that we agree with comment 92. Is there public discussion? I'm sorry, public comment? Ms. Wong.
I am chair and members of the board, Bobby from here in Helena, and as a former middle school teacher, I'm so grateful that you were not changing that, because I taught social studies, 7th and 8th graders. How fun is that? It was fabulous, but not every student thought it was quite as fabulous as I did. And I got, at the end of every day, I taught art appreciation. And it was the most relaxing class, and it changed my relationship with students who, particularly some of the young men in 7th and 8th grade who went into art appreciation thinking, ugh, and they loved it. And I have students from 15 years ago who still have the artwork they did there, because it wasn't about can you be a big artist, it was learning about the different kinds of art. And it also helped with my relationship with parents, because they saw me as somebody that gave their students, their children, a different aspect of life. So it changes the dynamic in so many ways. As a board member, he said, it really is an incredibly important aspect of middle school and for teachers too. It was wonderful. So thank you so much.
Dr. Murdoch.
Yes, Board Chair. I just want to bring back again, this was a major component in the negotiated rulemaking committee, where they received thousands of public comments about this as well, and went back and dug deep into these public comments about this particular rule. And what the committee ended up deciding was that they really did want to provide more flexibility, not necessarily the teacher level, but for students, because the students that ability for them to have more flexibility and choice as to what might be of interest. And so they said, you know, we want to have a requirement that you have to offer a minimum of 3 of these 5. But they really affirmed that ability to provide that flexibility so that they could align those courses with the interests of their students. And so I just want to come back to the negotiated rulemaking committee, even after similar public comment, came back and considered that and moved this forward to you. Thank you.
Other public comment? Michael? Michael on Zoom.
Hello there. Thank you for your time. My name is Michael Riblid. I'm a music educator and a teacher educator in the state. First things, my comments reflect my personal views and do not necessarily reflect the views of my employer. I too disagree with the proposed changes to 10.55.902 regarding middle school electives. Thank you for the willingness of this board to agree with comment 92 regarding those who oppose the proposed changes to remove required elective offerings for middle grades. I agree with board member Keith and others who have stated how crucial these courses are to middle schoolers across our state. I have taught middle school music and now teach pre-service music teachers at the collegiate level, some of whom will teach middle school music in our state. My teaching experience and research in the area of middle school music education has informed me that middle schoolers are very capable individuals who interact with music and the arts in a variety of ways. I have personally seen middle school students excel in music when they didn't find success in other areas, and I think that's been echoed by some other comments. Additionally, I found the music classroom to be a safe place for students in this age group. Specifically, it is a safe place for them to authentically express themselves and to learn new skills. I am also concerned with the striking of the language that says the Board of Public Education, upon recommendation of the Superintendent of Public Instruction, may approve a middle school program that addresses the unique nature of middle school children by focusing on their intellectual, social, emotional, and physical development. I am very concerned with the striking of that language. I encourage this committee to reject the proposed changes to 10.55.902 regarding middle school electives. Don't take away access to the variety of arts education that all Montana middle school students should have. I realize there is a teacher shortage in our state, and these proposed changes may be a way to address that. Let's instead encourage our state leaders to look for other solutions to the teacher shortage. Let's look for ways to increase teacher pay to allow our best and brightest educators to teach in our K-12 schools and be able to afford to live in the communities that their schools are situated within. Let's consider looking for ways to build upon the current federal student loan forgiveness programs by seeking ways for teachers in rural schools to have at least a part of their student loans forgiven. Let's look for ways to increase housing options in rural areas so new teachers can find a place to live within the community they teach in. Finding these solutions is the job of our elected state officials. I realize that is within their purview. Bottom line, let's seek solutions that meet the learning needs of our children and continue to include access to all arts within all of our public schools. I again encourage the committee to vote no on the proposed changes to 10.55.902. Thank you.
Thank you. Further public comment? Seeing none, Deputy Superintendent Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So in looking at the language, first of all, there was not an elimination of electives for middle school. Let's make that clear. There seems to be this idea that they're eliminated. There wasn't, but when you actually read the language and you talk about at a minimum, right, maintains the following required program areas. And the listing in the rural right now is visual arts, including but not limited to, music included but not limited to, career and technical ed, including but not limited to, world languages, and then offers as electives, exploratory courses as well. So echoing what Dr. Merkel intimated, the idea behind this is that if we're looking at equal opportunities, what we're telling every single school system in our state, regardless of their size, that at minimum, this is what needs to be offered, whether they can or not. I mean, that's a really big discussion. What we're saying is, but you must. But you must. And that was the rationale behind the negotiated rulemaking work on this, which was incredibly extensive. And so I think it's important to read at a minimum, this is what you must do. So if you're looking at Westby, Montana, and I'm going to talk to the 72% of our small schools, they might not be able to do this Because if they have K-8 teachers that are full-time with their classroom, that was the option. Can I pull them, or does this become integrated in all of our K-8 classrooms, and it's no longer a required elective offering? That teacher that we're concerned about the loads of our teachers, we're now going to put those electives on them because they don't have any other choice. Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Keith?
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? Sorry.
Yes.
I'm having problems talking today. The concern is in F where it says provide a minimum of the 3 of the following. And to me, that is a reduction in what schools have to offer. Is that not correct?
Deputy Superintendent Allen, would you like to address that? Were you able to hear the question?
I was. Thank you, Chair Quinlan, Member Key. So again, the discussion, a lot of the discussion came from our small schools, that they don't have the ability to make all of these offerings. But if they could choose 3, then that gave them the flexibility with the staffing resources that they had to be able to say, we could do this, but we can't do this year. We could do this, but we can't do this year. So at the core of it is the flexibility for the local school district with what they do have available to be able to meet those on that, as opposed to you're going to do all of these things. And so there's ways we can get there, and we're working on that, but that's a whole different discussion. It doesn't apply here because we're not there. Right.
Thank you. I appreciate that, but can you clarify? Originally, you said there would not be a reduction in electives offered, but this does reduce them to 3.
Yeah. Member Keith, that's not what I said. The question is, don't eliminate required electives. Required electives were not eliminated. Choice was built in. Thank you.
Sorry, public comment, Ms. Curtis?
Amanda Curtis, MFPE. I'm so sorry to belabor because I feel like you're very ready for a vote, but because rural teachers were invoked, I would just share with the board that when this first came out, I had the opportunity to travel the state and visit Glasgow, Grafton, Wolf Point, Lewistown, Miles City. I believe you may have received messages from the teachers in rural Montana saying that they really believe fundamentally in the ability to maintain the electives as is, and they are not concerned with the overload. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, board member comments. Board member Rasmussen.
I have spent the last 7 to 9 minutes reviewing this in detail. The current law requires that we retain not 5 classes that are offered, but maintain 5 programs. The problem with that language is, okay, I'm going to admit it, as a superintendent, I lied every year. I never had a junior high Spanish teacher. What did I do? I said, kids, there's junior high Spanish, sign up. How are we going to do that, Mrs. Rasmussen? It'll be online. Guess what? I marked it down for OPI that I maintained the program, and how many kids actually took it? 0. Okay, so multiply that if you can't get an ag teacher or whatever. What the new language does is require you to offer 3 classes. You have to offer 3 classes, but you don't have to maintain all 5 programs. And Ms. Curtis, I apologize, but of those listed schools, there was only one school in that group that you just listed that was rural. The rest of them were Class B. Okay, none of this wouldn't apply to any of them. There was only one school you listed. I listened very carefully. So with that, I'm going to change my vote and say this gives, for the however many % of our schools that are lying about maintaining 5 full programs. I'm gonna vote to let them quit lying. Okay, but I still want them to offer, they can still offer 6 electives or 10 electives or 12 electives, because neither one of these requires you to offer a number of electives. It only requires you, actually, the new one requires you to offer 3 electives a year. The bottom one also says is you have to maintain the program. Doesn't say you have to offer an elective at all. Of course, if you're maintaining the program, you have to, have a teacher, but I'm going to change my mind and vote for the proposed language. Or against, or
Board Member Lacy.
So let's look at the proposed language. Does everyone have it there in front of you? And let's read it together, I think, to help us. It's under F. And so there's all the other requirements above that, but elective exploratory offerings at the discretion of the local board of trustees to provide a minimum of 3 of the following. And there are 5 little numbers there. So if you follow that, then 3 of something in each of of 3 of those little numbers has to be offered. Okay, so that could be arts, and they group those all together. We often in schools don't think of the arts all together. We have music, we have visual arts, fine arts. I think that's a problem in itself. Career and technical education, computer science, world languages, and then the exploratory classes, I think is how they're listed. So a school could offer career and technical education, computer science, and creative writing, for example, is what they could offer. Eliminating any possibility for arts education in middle schools, because there's no requirement for any kind of arts education, because they don't include that in part of it wouldn't have to be included in the 3. So there could be none available. And I think that is tragic, the way that is written. That's the problem I have with the language in particular. I appreciate the flexibility and local control. I think the arts are too important, and we heard that yesterday from our student panel, to just leave to chance. And I don't think necessarily that your zip code should determine what kind of arts education in particular you're going to receive in middle school.
Board Member Hedlund, you had your hand up.
Yeah, once again, I'm really torn on this because as Member Rasmussen said, it is really challenging in both Grass Range and Arrowhead, where I taught, with less than 100 students, and especially Arrowhead, where we were, well, same with Grass Range, kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's pretty hard to get a .4 FTE music teacher to drive out to teach half a day that's licensed in music, right? So I had to take a dean, for example, in that area. However, I had a paraprofessional that was an incredible musician and did theater and music classes, which we offered, but she wasn't a certified teacher, so I got deemed in that area. So of course we offered that and had a great program. Yeah, so I'm really torn on it. I guess it comes to mind best practices and, like you said, local control. You would hope that the school would do the right thing and that the parents and everyone would demand that. But I also know that it's our job to set some of those signboards. So I'm struggling with it from the rural schools perspective, as well as knowing how important and listening to our student yesterday talk about his passion for choir. So it's really
Board Member Hammond, did you have your hand raised?
I just wanted to express my frustration that I think it's been written backwards from the beginning. And then we turned half of the world upside down. I was back in the middle of this pie and I just left it. And I would love to see a good editor sit down and write this. So it says what we're all saying, because we're not disagreeing. I mean, what you're saying and what we're saying is not different than just not clarifying the statement from the beginning to the end to provide both opportunity and minimum and maximum. It just doesn't get there for me. And I've gone round and round with trying to rewrite this and edit and amend something that's not solid in the beginning. So I don't know if we can do that or not, but I would love to try this afternoon. to get it done.
And I'll just add my comments that I will support the motion to agree with the comments. I do not want to be in a situation where we have school districts that aren't offering any arts programs, which could happen the way it's drafted now. And also, I am a supporter of separating visual arts from music. I think those are certainly they're all in the field of arts, but they're distinctive and unique. And obviously there are students who will gravitate to music and others that will gravitate to visual arts. And I think it's important to still have that distinction. So that's why.
Yeah, just to follow up, Chair Quinlan, I just want to pose an example. Currently, Class B school in Townsend and could not find a certified music teacher this year. So I also advertised for an art teacher in case I could find one of those and offer art rather than music. Yeah, just very challenging in our field right now.
I will call on Dr. Myrtle. I'll be the board member who's asking you to make a comment. So go ahead.
Just really quick, I wanted to clarify where the list of arts content came from. So 1053-601, when you look at the content area covers by the art standards include visual arts, media arts, theater arts, music, and dance. I just wanted you to know where that list had come from, and that music is a separate content standard. So that was the negotiating rulemaking committee's decision, was to say these are arts content standards and what's covered under that. And then these are music content standards, which are not the same. Just wanted to provide that.
Are we ready for the question? Okay, and the motion is to agree with comment 92, which opposes the proposed changes. Excuse me, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Aye. And Anne, how did you vote?
I agreed with.
The motion passes 4-3 with board members Tharp, Quinlan, Lacey, and Keith voting aye, and board members Hammond, Hedlund, and Rasmussen voting no. Comment 92. Board member Tharp.
Okay, comment 93, educational organizations and 3 commenters propose changes to this section and recommend the following. Essentially, what they're recommending here is to add 7th and 8th grade program, define it as 7th and 8th grade program or middle school or junior high. And this, I believe, what board member Rasmussen was commenting on earlier. She liked this, and I make a motion to agree with comment 93.
I'll second that.
It's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Rasmussen to agree with comment 93. Is there public comment? Is there a board member comment? I would just like to augment this discussion by saying the other reason that this is important is for school funding. That there's sections that have to do with the distribution of school funding that talk about the 7th and 8th grade programs and the junior high, 7th, 8th grade and middle school programs that have been approved by the board. So is there further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Comment 94. One commenter supported adding native languages, and motion to disagree with comment 94, and state schools can already and do offer native languages as part of their elective offerings.
Second.
So it's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Lacy to disagree with comment 94 and state that schools can already do offer native languages as part of their elective programs. Is there public comment? Is there board member comment? Seeing none, call for the question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
95, one commenter supported the addition of computer science, and it's already an option. So without objection, direct board staff to respond to 95 based on previous actions.
Without objection.
Okay, 1055, 904. Basic education programs, high school. Comment 96, I think this is why Dr. McLean's been hanging with us all day. The Montana University System supported adding the following language to 2, is that a J, 1/2 unit of economic or financial literacy, including instruction about the importance of FAFSA completion within the 3 units of social studies, the 3 units of mathematics, or the 2 units of career and technical education. Yes, before I make a motion, my concern is adding too much of a laundry list into these things. And so I would invite Dr. McLean to talk me into this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tharp, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good to be with you again this morning. And I guess, first of all, I want to thank you for the language changes that you took on as a result of our input regarding new rule number 2. And you did this at the meeting prior to this. And we believed then, and we still do, that still would be a better place to include the specific language regarding the FAFSA. Nonetheless, we do appreciate the steps that you took at your last meeting in that regard. If we could get it here as a part of a financial literacy course, and that too would be a win, because we think that it would allow for some intentionality by those instructors of a financial literacy class. Each year, about $3.75 billion is left on the table in Pell Grants because folks haven't completed the FAFSA. In Montana, we have the American Indian tuition waiver. In order for students to qualify for that, they have to show financial need, as it is a last dollar in waiver, and as a result they have to have completed the FAFSA. We believe that we just need some support at the K-12 level in making sure that there's more intentionality around that. And I don't know if you can circle back to new rule 2, which we think might be a more logical and strategic place for language around FAFSA completion. And if you can't, then perhaps this might be a win for us in being able to work with our K-12 partners in growing our FAFSA completion rates and supporting more students onto campuses where they have the financial needs, where they have their financial needs met through their financial aid application.
Clarification, McCall, it says 2J. There currently isn't a J. But then I noticed that MUS has also commented in comment number 100 to add it under 2H.
I apologize, Mr. Chair, it should be 3J.
9.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, it is
3. Yeah, 3J. I'll make that change.
But then as I look further on, I see we have comment 100. Making a change
to graduation.
to 9.
Yep, so one's the basic offerings and the other's the graduation requirements.
So, okay. Okay, so she wants to add it. Okay, both. Oh, okay.
Right, right.
904, 905. Okay, so she wanted to add it in both places. Okay.
And Dr. Tharp?
Yes.
I'm sorry, the internet Zoom is a little bit wonky in trying to do this. One other thing that I guess I would just offer for you and your fellow board members to consider is what we're looking at right now is other states, 5, I believe, right now, led by Republican and Democratic governors who have moved to requiring FAFSA completion or an opt-out of it for high school graduation. And so what we were hoping to do with these recommendations in this language here in chapter 55 was not go that far, but really just start to put some strong language in place that might move us down the road a little more in supporting more students to completion of this ever important document. I would argue that it is every bit as important in instruction as students understanding how to complete their taxes and file them. And then eventually the two go hand in glove. So I would just end with that. Thank you.
I have a question, and I'm not sure who can answer it. Perhaps Dr. Mergel will know this. Is there a reference to FAFSA completion in the content standards related to either economics or financial literacy? I doubt, I know we don't have, we have social studies standards, so I guess I would, is there reference to these kinds of activities under the social studies, first financial literacy and then activities like reading and
Chair Quinlan, I think it's a really good question. I have to go back and look because we're talking about financial literacy. We're thinking about it in 3 different content standards: business for CTE, within economics, within social studies, and in financial algebra. So at the top of my head, I would say no. What I would tell you is that FAFSA requires family and community engagement as well, and it is part of a family completing it. And so in some ways, it fits better in family and community engagement standard than it does here. Thank you.
And Dr. Tharp and members of the board, I think I would absolutely concur with Dr. Merkel's last sentence, where I think the FAFSA completion language might be better suited at that new rule around family and community engagement as well. So I don't know if you can circle back to that and plug it in, but we think that would be a real strategic move.
So just in terms of process, I would suggest that we make our motions on 904 and 905, and then, I'm sorry, did 905? Yes. And then if a board member wants to make the motion to open up Rule 2 again, we could go there.
I'm ready for a motion.
Okay, back to you for a motion.
Well, Dr. McLean, you convinced me. We'll see if you get 4. I make a motion to agree with comment 96 and add the language as proposed by the MUS.
Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved by Dr. Tharp and seconded by board member Hammond. Is there public comment? Is there board member comment?
So,
I'm sorry, board member Hammond.
clarification of the motion, you included the red or you
Yes,
left the red
yes,
out?
yes, add the red.
Add the red, not just the black.
Yeah.
Board member Rasmus.
I am absolutely all in favor of having personal financial literacy taught in high school. I am so 500,000% in favor of it, but I will vote against this motion because I'm sitting here with the Montana course codes and the requirements that if you're going to teach, it's listed 2 places. You know what I'm going to say, don't you? Okay. It's listed 2 places, one place under financial literacy, which I can't find right now, and the other one under consumer or personal finance. To count this as a class, you have to have a business teacher or an FCS teacher. And I can't remember what that is under financial literacy. So by requiring this, we are forcing schools to have programs and to to get teachers that they don't have. Now, I can offer study skills. It can be anybody who teaches that. I can offer a leadership class. Anybody can teach that. I can offer a career exploration. Anybody can teach that. I can offer a certain kinds of computer science. Anyone. There is no requirement for a particular endorsement. If this included the language that any interested teacher, much like presenter, what was it in September that came from, who presented to us on literacy, on financial literacy? Was that in September?
It was earlier than that.
But the presenter indicated that in many schools, anyone who was interested, anyone who had a personal bent could teach that class. If that were in here, I would even go out and sit in the snowbank. I would be so excited. But I'm not going to vote for making 50-some%, more than 50-some% of our schools try to find a teacher to fulfill something that we haven't done the background on.
And I just want to clarify, that's not the motion that's on the next forest.
Oh, here I go again.
The next one, it's the next one. This is just to add in this language, and then we have to consider whether we want any of this language.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Any further board comments?
I wish there was a better place for this. I agree with it, but then, so the next time, what do we put in the parentheses the next time? Or what should go behind the parentheses in any of the other things as well? I wish there was a better way to do this. I think the content standards is where it goes. Something like this belongs. But I know that that's not possible, probably soon enough or possible enough. I probably does no harm putting it in.
Dr. Tharp.
A question for Dr. Merkel. I have an MBA and a doctorate in education, but I am currently unable to teach this class as a business class. With my social studies training, I had a methods class on methods of K-12 social studies that included a unit on economics, but yet I'm still not allowed to teach economics. What is the process and what do we need to do to address exactly what Board Member Rasmussen said about how can we expand for a particular course to make it possible for more teachers to be allowed to teach it? Because I know of FCS teachers who are qualified but not able. I know of math teachers who are more than able but not qualified. What do we need to do to make it possible?
So, Board Member Tharp, so it's a really good question as to what even Board Member Rasmussen is bringing up about course codes. So when this came to as a possibility of thinking about financial literacy, we thought about how is it something that we could in our current structures, taking into consideration the licensing of teachers, the course codes that we have, and the course codes that are offering, how do we begin this process to offer it, right? And so that's why you will see that it didn't just end up in one of those categories. It was to go back and say, where is financial literacy already existing in the content standards? What courses are being offered? What's the licensure that's required to offer that course? That's why we ended up opening up to social studies because of the economics, so that when a social studies teacher is teaching their coursework for that year, right, that they could drill into economics, have that person teach that course, right? Because they, rather than just surface level economics, they could go into deeper, much down to this level in economics, as well as with mathematics. So it's not just a lesson for 2 days, but rather go deeper into it. Where does it live in those content standards, as well as in CTE? So the reason for what you're saying is why we wanted to provide more flexibility. So there was a lot of analysis of where is it already being taught? What would it mean to teach it even more? What are the course codes that it requires? And then when you look at course codes, course codes strictly say, as board member Rasmussen would say, right, who's qualified to teach that? And so that's kind of why it was structured that way. But to go back to the comment that you guys are working on right now, in terms of including FAFSA here, board member Lacey is correct. It shouldn't be here. It should be in the content standards, or potentially, as I mentioned to you, back to the new standard for family engagement to say, you need to be including parts of your family and community engagement about this particular piece. Because what I think happens here is, why are we including FAFSA as you have to include this particular piece in here? And then you start to get a whole laundry list of what about these other financial components that are not in here? So I don't believe it belongs in the rule. I think it belongs in the content standards. So thank you. I hope that answers your question. I don't know, you're still not qualified. You'd have to quote unquote take a ding. You're a licensed teacher. You just would be misassigned.
And as follow up,
Or you have new praxis. You have 2 years of experience.
Yeah. Or the next pathway is under chapter 57 to add an
and as board member Rasmussen shared earlier, I don't want to show all my games that I, but they're depending on what you named a course would also be able to get you around. I remember transition when I used to have an IA teacher, and then they wanted to teach IA classes, that mechanics class, but all I had was an FFA teacher, an ag ed teacher. We call the class ag mechanics. The exact same thing you did in IA. You can, depending on how you title the courses, you can then make it work for the teaching staff you have available as well. So there is still room for creativity with the flexibility.
Remember Rasmussen.
But some of that flexibility is taken on by this language because it says a half unit of economics or financial literacy. That doesn't include personal finance, which other people could teach, or it's specific to those two classes. So, you know, even if we're trying to create some additional flexibility by the language being economics or financial literacy, I know that there's one, at least it was in last year's course code, it's called personal finance. I'm looking, I know how to do this, you know, I too know how to rename classes and have done so. But I don't see it in here for the 23 course codes, so.
Any further board comments? Board member Helena.
I just wanted to mention, I think that FAFSA is really important, but I guess just also keeping in mind the trades, it just makes me wonder, then do we say something like, and information on internships? I just have a hard time with it being just the FAFSA.
Just to share my view on this, I actually am going to vote against adding this language in 904 and 905. But if no one else is willing to make a motion, I would make a motion subsequently to open that rule too. So I guess I'll just put that out. So are we ready to vote? Okay.
Point of order,
Sure.
Madam Chair. So are we voting on just the addition of FAFSA, or are we voting on the whole language here?
We are
adding of
only
July?
voting on the red.
Only on the red.
The inclusion
Are
of,
we going to come back for another motion on the addition of 2 January?
That's the next one, right?
yeah. Okay, so the motion before us is to agree with comment 96, which is a comment adding the language following financial literacy, including instruction about the importance of FAFSA completion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? No. Board member Keith? No, okay. So the motion failed with board member Tharp voting aye.
So again, I need clarification. And so do we now need to come back and consider Since there was no other comment on 2J, if it's 2J adopted.
Mr. Chair, there were no other comments in 904 around that language. So at this time, there is not a question of whether you're including that language. At least not in 904.
Okay.
In 90, as a basic offering, there are some comments in 905 around the graduation requirement.
Are you gonna make a motion though, or are we gonna do that later?
No, I'll do it at the end.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm gonna really read it.
Correct. And I will clarify that, yes, and I made a note to myself, and I'll go through and fix that in the official document for the notice of adoption. Yes, thank you for that.
Already.
Yes.
All right, 1055-905 graduation requirements for still on page 343 of the agenda. We have comment 97. 2 commenters supported the proposed revisions to add 1/2 unit of financial literacy for graduation. Comment 98, MFP supported the proposed revisions. Comment 99, 1 commenter opposed the proposed revision to add 1/2 unit of civics for graduation. And prepared to move to agree with comments 97 and 99 and direct the board staff to respond to comment 98 accordingly.
Point of clarification. So this is new language 2H. Adding 1/2 unit of economics or financial literacy within the 2 units of social studies, 2 units of math, or 1 unit of career and technical education as a graduation requirement. If we don't include it as a graduation requirement, but by default, it's included in the basic education program, what does that mean?
So the schools have to offer it, the kids don't have to take it.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Board Member Rasmussen.
I'm really confused about why we would add 1/2 unit of civics for graduation, because now under 904.3, you have to have a 1/2 unit of civics or government already.
You have to offer it. Graduation
No.
requirements, students having to take it.
No. Okay. Yes, but there's certain kind of graduation, that certain kind of things that you have to meet to graduate. And I believe that I was always under the understanding that the 3 units of social studies included, you had to take. No? Oh my gosh, all these years I could have hired fewer teachers.
And
But it
Dr.
will
Rowe,
now.
correct me if I'm wrong, we did study this at the
Okay.
negotiated rulemaking committee, and
All
there
right.
were only, I think, 3 schools at the time, 5 schools at the time that were not offering civics or government, but had the ability to offer it, like they had the educators to be able to offer it. So that was one that we did look at that.
Okay.
Correct. Well, I'll second the motion by the way.
Okay.
Clarification, that's all right. I just wanted clarification.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to agree with comments 97 and 99. And direct board staff to respond to comment 98 accordingly. Is there any public?
Go ahead.
Is there any public comment?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Amanda Curtis with MFPE, and I just want to enter into the public record here a note of gratitude to you all for working on this. And I know you're all paying attention to the bills that are being introduced at the legislature that are aimed at your constitutional authority to set these standards, and maybe eliminating you and moving that power over to the legislature. And I think that this is a place where we all have clear agreement on this topic, and you are right now exercising your constitutional authority to set standards. I commend you for it, and thank you for the work that you do. And I'm so glad we're going to be able to just not worry about this in the legislature, because you all are doing your job.
Right. Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, there's their board comment. Susan?
Can I ask a question, Dr.? And maybe McCall can help too. In your conversation, did you guys also study the availability or the for the half unit of financial literacy to be taught?
Yes, so the, sorry.
Dr. Murray.
Board member Hedman. So it's a really good question, right? So we did do data searches on both of these. And what we did find with the civics and government is many more of our high schools were offering that already within their different course codes. We only found 5. And when we actually went back in, we could kind of see where it was really easily to be done. We didn't find that as clear, straightforward where somebody was offering personal finance or financial literacy. And so that's why we wanted to provide more flexibility, because if we just stuck it in one, like CTE, there is not being offered across as many school districts. So that's why we then went back and said, okay, let's take a look at a couple of different things. Where does it live in the content standards? Where we see financial literacy or economics. And so I think board member Rasmussen's comment is really important, right? Because we didn't see personal finance show up in that word necessarily in the social studies standards, which is why we said economics or financial literacy. So based on the data to allow the most schools the flexibility to be offering this kind of piece around financial literacy or economics, we phrased it as economics or financial literacy purposefully. So I can't remember the exact number who are already offering it, but we did do a course code, you know, where is it being offered? Where does it live? Where's it in the content standards? And then who is qualified to teach those? So yes, because it wasn't as flexible and straightforward as the civics and government, that's what caused the terminology of economics or financial literacy. And that's what caused the flexibility of in here, here, or here. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any more board discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Dr.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you. Since this is the item regarding graduation requirements, one of the things that I did allude to in making my case to Dr. Tharp and to the board was that a number of other states have moved in the direction of FAFSA completion as a part of graduation requirements, and we stopped short of even having that conversation. And so what I would offer is if the board is not ready to have a conversation about something specific regarding FAFSA in the community engagement language that was adopted several months ago, perhaps there would be an opportunity for you, Madam Chair, and members of the board to maybe convene a small group, maybe a task force with our folks here at the Office of the Commissioner in the coming months to figure out how we might be able to, in an intentional way, partner to provide some clear and intentional direction for our K-12 schools and supporting more students to FAFSA completion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McLean. I do want to clarify that the motion right now has to do with the actual inclusion of the half unit of financial literacy for graduation and the half unit of civics. And then our next motion will be back to the question about FAFSA completion. So are we ready for the motion agreeing with comments 97, 99, and then responding accordingly for 98? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, motion passes. Okay, back to you, Dr. Bart.
Comment 100, and this is now on page 344. The MUS supported addition following language to 2H, 1/2 unit economics and financial literacy, and the additional language of including instruction about the importance of FAFSA completion within the 3 units of social studies, 3 units of math, and 3 units of career technical education. Given the past action of the board, I move to disagree with comment 100.
Second, so second. So it's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Lacey that we disagree with comment 100. Is there public comment? Seeing none, is there board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Great.
Okay, comment 101, one commenter noted the addition of civics and economics did not go far enough. 102, one commenter expressed the need for more electives for students to choose from. Without objection, direct board staff to respond to 101 and 102 based on our previous actions.
Without objection.
1055-906, high school credit. Comment 103, the educational organizations and 3 commenters propose changes to this section and recommend the following. A unit of credit is defined as equivalent of at least 8,100 minutes for 1 year with the additional language of or equivalent proficiency without regard to time or demonstration of an equivalent course that meets the district's curriculum and assessment requirements, which are aligned with each of its content standards. With the additional language of equivalent proficiency without regard to time, in addition to the other language that's added. I move to agree with comment 1 through 3.
Is there a second?
Second, with just an edit that the first or should probably be a comment, a comma.
Oh, yes. Yep. Okay, so this, intake.
So a unit of credit is defined as the equivalent of at least 8,100 minutes for 1 year, comma, equivalent proficiency without regard to time, comma, or demonstration of an equivalent course that.
Thank you for that clarification. Through these, public comment. Seeing none, is there board member comment?
I appreciate this. I think we've been talking about this for of the proficiency, and I think this is a great place to put it.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
1055-907, distance online technology delivered learning. Comment 104, MFPE opposed the removal of the requirement that teachers of distance online and technology delivered courses receive a license granted because of completion of an accredited professional educator participation program in sub 3 and recommend that proposed rule be amended to comply with the provision of the current rule in 5A, B, and C. And move to partially agree with comment 104 to retain the current language in 3, change accredited to approved, and update the ARM reference to 1057-102.
Second.
Can I try this without objection? Sure. People good with this? It's a clarification. Is that correct? I mean, it fits with our previous rules related to approved. Okay, okay. We have a motion on the floor made by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Lacy to partially approve comment 104 to retain the current language in 3 and then change accredited to approved and update the ARM reference in 1057-102. Is there any public comment? Is there any board member comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Myrtle.
Yes, Board Chair. The reason for that is exactly what you guys just said. It was to align with chapter 57. So to change the language from accredited with the in alignment with chapter. Thank you.
Any board member comment? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
105, Board Accreditation Committee noted this section needs some cleanup, recommended striking top in sub 3. Comment 106, Board Accreditation Committee suggests the following changes. 5, digital content providers serving Montana schools accredited by the Board of Public Education shall annually, striking out by the first Monday in August, register prior to delivering courses with the Office of Public Instruction. Move to agree with comments 105 and 106.
Is there a second? Okay, so it's been moved by Dr. Tharp and seconded by board member Lacy to agree with comments 105 and 106. Is there any public comments? Seeing none, is there any board comments? All in favor, say aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
On 1055-908, school facilities, comment 107, MFP supports the proposed revisions without objection. Direct board staff to respond to 107 accordingly.
Without objection.
Comment 108, We are now on page 345. Board Accreditation Committee noted that a school district does not have the discretion to decide whether they want to follow state or federal accessibility standards. Rather, they're required to follow both and recommend the following language be consistent with previous language. Sub 3, the local board of trustees shall provide for educational facilities which are functional and safe for the conduct for the educational and extracurricular activities of students and which meet state and federal accessibility standards. Move to agree with comment 108.
It's moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Headland. Is there any public comment? Is there any board member comment? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
1055, 1001 program standards, comment 109, MFPE supports proposed revisions. Move to, or direct, without objection, direct board staff to respond to 109 accordingly.
Without objection. Great.
General comments, 110, CISPAC, OFE and 18 commenters supported adding racial requirements for special ed teachers, 30-1. Comment, 111, excuse me. And I move to disagree with comment 110.
Is there a second?
Reluctantly, yes.
Okay. It's been moved by board member Tharp and seconded by board member Rasmussen to disagree with comment 110. Is there a public comment?
Jenny Rooney and Butcher, Deputy Director of Montana's Organized Education, a group of parents and community members that support our public school. I absolutely understand your need to reject this and maybe that it could go through another process. I would just encourage the board to be aware of this as a problem in the future that should be addressed in some fashion. I think that some of our schools are not meeting free and appropriate public education for our special education students because our special educators have so many students on their caseloads. And I know that I've heard from many parents of special education students that are very concerned about this. So I would just encourage the board to think about this and look for other opportunities to address it in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there further public comment? Is there board comment? Board member Headland.
Thank you. Yeah, this is another one that's really hard. And to give an example, we have an open special education position that's been open for at least a year, and I have had 0 applicants. So I do have a special education teacher with, I believe, 32 currently on her caseload. However, we are making sure we utilize the co-op and have additional paras and outsource the paperwork portion. And so all those kinds of things to make sure we're still meeting FAPE. So yeah, it's tough, but I don't think we can, I think I have to vote in agreement because it's the state of the matter right now. Montana.
Other board comment? Board member Clark.
Madam Chair, and I certainly agree with the spirit of this entirely, but not every special ed student is created equal. You can handle a whole lot of speech IEPs, whereas then you have one student that requires a full-time one-on-one nurse with them every minute they're at the school. It's hard to weigh that and make it general 30-1. We have to count on, remember Headland's situation there, the administration figuring out how best to do it in compliance with the IDEA.
Any other board comments? Board member Lacey.
I'll just add that I too agree with the spirit of it and so appreciate our special education teachers and the paraprofessionals and the whole team of people that it takes to educate our students with special needs, especially those with severe needs. I looked at this, looked at 805, tried to figure out like what kind of language to include that provides flexibility, that honors, as Dr. Tharp said, that not every special needs students is created equal. How do we do that? And I just didn't come up with any kind of great idea. So I'm going to vote for the motion, but I think and encourage all school districts to make sure that they're following our state and federal guidelines, including this necessity for faith.
Board Member Rasmussen.
I reluctantly support the motion, same reasons voiced here. I also like to note on the record that special ed teachers are one of the few places where you can't put someone that is on a provisional or that kind of a license. And so that makes, because they have to meet federal standards as well as state standards. And so, you know, that makes them in a class by themselves. And I would really like to encourage the powers that be to be out there to recognize that and offer special incentives for special ed teachers to get education and to help anyone who may be, I know of two in that situation right now who would be special education teachers, except for the monetary and time constraints that they have in completing that. And if there were some additional helps available, we could have at least 2 more education special ed teachers in our ranks. And I'm sure that those are not the only 2, so that's just for the record.
Board Member Helena.
Quick follow-up. Thank you, Board Member Rasmussen. I think that was an excellent point, and I have been doing some research on this. Many states have separated out the special education teachers pay matrix, and I would love to see that happen in Montana, and I would appreciate help from our legislature and governor to work on our pay scales and see something like that happen as well.
Are we ready for the vote? Okay, all in favor of the motion to disagree with comment 110, say aye. Aye. Board Member Tharp.
Comment 111, Board Accreditation Committee recommends retaining specific grade level language when referring to grade bands. It suggests the following changes throughout the rule: specific grade level or grade band.
Second.
It's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Lacy that we agree with comment 111. Any public comment? Any board member comments?
The accreditation, Madam Chair,
Board Member Lacy.
the accreditation committee felt and respected the progress moving towards grade band, but thought we probably weren't there yet. So we thought having the or kind of honors where we're at, but also honors where we're moving towards.
Are we ready for the vote? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes.
Comment 112, 2 commenters supported the proposed changes. Comment 113, 55 commenters opposed. Proposed changes without objection. Direct board staff to respond to comments 112, 113 accordingly.
Without objection. All right. If I could belabor this for 1 moment. Could you share with the board what the language was that we considered last time around for new rule 2 related to family engagement?
Let me share. Board member.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair, on the screen, you'll see the language that you all, this is the draft notice of adoption that I just started putting together from the November meeting. You'll see the language that you all adopted in VII. Again, just to refresh you, this did stop short of adding the FAFSA recommendation that. Thank you. You was on in our packet.
Page 348.
348 is this.
48 in the agenda.
So page 348 in the agenda packet. Yeah. Under new rule 2. Let's see. And you'll see that you stopped at post-secondary institutions. So the language up here, there's a natural place that you guys would want to make a motion to add, you know, including FAFSA completion. That would make sense. Before it was after post-secondary education opportunities, and it said including FAFSA completion. completion.
Chair,
Board Member Tharp.
about after career planning tools,
I
public and
would
career planning
totally agree.
tools in
That's what-
parentheses, including the FAFSA.
Just for clarification, are you thinking including FAFSA completion or just including FAFSA? Clear.
I would say completion should be.
Which letter? Okay, I'm trying to.
It's not gonna be in your agenda because this was stuff we didn't ask.
So, could you then read the entire
Sure.
paragraph?
So it would say, families and school staff collaborate with members of the community to connect students, families, and staff to post-secondary education opportunities, including workforce training, career pathways, and degree programs, and encourage students to explore college and career planning tools, including FAFSA completion and incentives provided by post-secondary institutions.
Someone willing to
I
make
put
that
that in
motion?
motion.
Do we need to move to open up rules here, or are we good just doing it?
Can
Okay,
I?
sure, let's get the move. Okay, go ahead.
Is there any way that we can add, and while we're adding to it, where we have workforce training, can we also put apprenticeship opportunities in between that and career pathways? Because
What did you say?
apprenticeship
Oh,
opportunities, because apprenticeship opportunities in the trades, even maybe because I think it's more specific than workforce training or career pathways.
I would support apprentice opportunities, that I would
Apprenticeship
not add,
opportunities.
not
Okay.
add in the trades, because I think we have wider.
Yeah.
applicability there.
So real quick, where would you want between workforce training and career pathways?
Apprenticeship opportunities right there.
As just the, as.
Another.
Okay.
So, are you willing to make the motion? Okay, so, is there a second? I'll second. Okay, so it's been moved by Board Member Tharp and seconded by Board Member Hammond that we amend numeral 2, the new language that we added at our last meeting to include the phrases that we just talked about related to FAFSA completion and apprenticeship opportunities. Is there a public comment? That can be sprinted an hour.
Thank you. When we come to FAFSA completion, is that the opportunity or requirement? Because again, can we require families to complete the FAFSA? Or is it just that the FAFSA is part of what
I
is?
believe the language is explore the tools. So it's exploring tools.
Including FAFSA.
Including FAFSA.
Yes.
Thank you.
Encourage students to explore. Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. McLean, is there any public comment you would like to make?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I appreciate this so very much, and I think Ms. Allen's comments, or question or clarification, I think is very appropriate, and I think that we did stop short of putting any request for you to make a determination as to whether or not FAFSA completion ought to be a requirement of graduation. We didn't go down that road. We don't know if that's the next best step, but what you have done here by including it, FAFSA in rule, I think is taken, or potentially doing so, is taking an incredibly important first step towards, I think, normalizing FAFSA completion and hopefully growing it and providing more students more access to greater post-secondary opportunities in Montana and outside of our state as well. So I think that this is a really great next step if we can make this move today. And I also want to note that I think Board Member Hedlund's addition is a notable one as well. And I think that it will serve students and certainly supports so many of the next steps that our university system is taking as it relates to apprenticeship in so many different areas. Thank you so much for your consideration of each of these places where FAFSA might have landed. This is an important first step if we can make it today.
Thank you. Ben, is your public comment about this motion? Okay, is there anybody else who has a comment about the motion?
All right, Ron Slinger, President of Miles Community College. I just want to encourage you, at no time, I believe that we should make the completion of a FAFSA a requirement for graduation high school. Miles Community College, 91% of our students are Montana residents. We only have 35% of them complete the FAFSA. It is a personal choice of the families. We encourage them to, we try to, we meet with every single one of them, begging them to, and they refuse. They absolutely refuse because there's financial data, and the families won't provide that to the students. Their parents will not supply it. Even though they're already supplying it through tax forms, they still refuse to. And so it could be prohibitive to all of our rural Montanans. So I just wanted to lay that on. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, board member comment, are we ready for a vote?
Just a point of clarification, not about the content. Does FAFSA need to be spelled out? Like, is it a true term of art? I don't know this. I don't know what it is.
Dr. McLean, are you able to answer that? You're on mute.
Yes, I think it might be helpful, the free application for federal student aid.
Okay, just spell it out.
Yes,
Thank you. That was
thank
all.
you. Madam Chair, members of the board, great question.
All in favor of the motion? Say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? All right, we have board member Keith.
Yeah, I hate to do this, but I don't know protocol, so you're going to have to walk me through it. Can we clarify voting on comment 77? I'm trying to keep track behind the scenes, and I thought I just need the clarification of the vote on that, please.
So to be clear, this is under 712. And Anne, are you asking about which comment? I'm sorry.
77.
So the motion passed to add that language that was there in red. So it's the new language is the school district must assign qualified human resources that comply with all fingerprint and background check requirements when exceeding maximum classroom sizes. Is that
Okay? Yeah, and like I feel like I voted a way that I was not intending to vote. Can we clarify what the vote was? Is that possible? Like who voted which way?
Yes, it passed 4-3.
Okay.
Can you reiterate who voted which way?
Yeah. What's the protocol if I feel like I incorrectly voted?
I think we'll get there when we figure it out. How about you reiterate what the vote was and then we'll have a conversation.
I have voting yes, board members Keith, Quinlan, Hammond, and Tharp, and dissenting board members Lacey, Helen, and Rasmus.
So I would like to clarify before we kind of head down the path where I think you're headed, that without this amendment, then we're back to the language that was published initially, which had even less, didn't have the qualified, it didn't have the reference to fingerprints. So
The motion was actually in regard to comments 77, 75, and 76. 75 was to oppose the proposed revisions.
okay,
So
yeah,
if the motion passes. Need a new motion.
yes, we would need a new motion if you want something different than what was published when we publish these in October. So I just want to clarify that. So, and if you were to change, this is what Robert's rule would really do. I know in the legislature, they won't let you change your vote if it changes the outcome of the vote. And I don't know whether that's classic Robert's rules.
I mean, I would tell you, your bylaws don't. I mean, they don't tie you to Robert's rule.
I understand that.
Yeah, so. Just keep that in mind. That it would be up to you, I think it's situation.
Yeah, maybe that's the motion you could make, Anne, is to move for reconsideration of our action on the combination of comments 75, 76, and 77.
I know people in the room are scowling at me. I'm so sorry, but I would like to make that motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it too,
Okay.
for conversation.
It's been moved by Board Member Keith and seconded by Board Member Lacy to reconsider our action related to comments 75, 76, and 77. So I don't think that's debatable. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay, motion passes. So we would need a new motion.
First of all, I would like to hear, if possible, the original motion, and again, who voted aye and no. So I'm kind of. The motion was then, and I apologize.
Okay. I just need to get back up.
So
Okay.
just in terms of your paper in front of you,
Yes,
it's the language on page
Yes.
7. So it's to basically adopt that language in 77 and then respond accordingly for 75 and 76.
Okay.
75 oppose the proposed revisions and 76 added the incompetent resource, human resources.
and the motion was to accept 77 and reply accordingly to 75 and 76. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And those who voted yes were,
Keith, Quinlan, Hammond, and Tharp.
the other of us voted no.
So the result of that ended up removing the 1.5 hours per day for student of overload up to 6 hours. And that instructional aids are mandatory when classes are sick. Yeah.
Well, I would say that the result of that was to take us back to the language we published in October. So is that what you were just saying? Because it doesn't restore us to the existing rule.
Well, 75, if we agree with 75, then it does restore us back to the original.
Right, well, we need a motion that's gonna put that there.
Right, but what we did was say, we're gonna adopt 77 with the yes vote of the original motion. We adopted 77, that by default, then we did not agree with 75 or 76.
Well, I would disagree with you. I think we're reconsidering our action, and right now we're back to square one, which is the language as it was published in October that says the school district must provide additional human resources when exceeding class sizes. It strikes the instructional aid sentence, the 2 sentences there, and then says an overload of 6 or more students per classroom is not allowed. So
You guys are saying the same thing.
okay, so what we need is a new motion.
Wait, Madeline, will you clarify that again? Because if we agree with 75, or sorry, the motion was to agree with 77. And if that fails, do we get back the specific hours per day? Is when Susie and I were talking about this and I specifically referred to removing that stipulation. That's my concern, but we will never get that back. Is that true? Or Sorry.
So just to clarify where we're at, you guys took a previous action, it was 4-3. You've now decided that you would like to revisit that action and have a new action. So you are back to square one. So whatever action you take in 7-12 at this point, you can make a motion for comment 75. You can make the motion for comment 77 or 76 if you'd like. I think you guys are talking about 75 or 77, but you don't have to make the same motion on comment 77. You can make a different motion if you so.
Right, you could agree with
Correct,
comment
this is a new motion.
You could agree with comment 75 if you want to go back to the existing language and disagree with 76 and 77. Correct.
I'll make that motion to agree, just to move us forward, to agree with comment 75 and to disagree with comment 76 and 77.
Is there a second?
That takes us back to
The existing rule.
way back. Okay. Second.
Okay. It's been moved by board member Lacy and seconded by board member Hedlund to agree with comment 75 and disagree with comment 76 and 77. Is there public comment? Is there board member comment? Board member Rasmussen.
I really like the language in 77. The reason I voted no was because I didn't want the removal of the hours. I would like to see the crafted language they came up with stay. But I would like the additional sideboards of 1.5 hours per additional. Could we go 1.5 or is there 5 extra and now there wouldn't be room for 1.5?
Well, the original language would keep you at 4. So 75 would, comment 75 would keep you at 4.
But it would take away all this other.
Yeah, and I liked the new language. The reason I voted against it is because I didn't want the removal of the 1.5 hours, but I liked the language.
And that's my exact concern, Renee, is I thought I was keeping that in there, but not.
Okay, I see.
And well, yeah, you could partially agree with 75, and if you someone will need to put together the language here, but if you want to be able to assign qualified human resources that comply with all fingerprint and background check requirements for exceeding class sizes, and then bring back the instructional aid language, what? The human resource language.
Madam Chair, I'll amend my motion. My motion is to partially agree with comment 75 and oppose the revisions regarding an instructional aid shall be assigned a minimum of 1.5 hours per day per student overload up to 6 hours. And agree with comment 77. And keeping the language that a school district must assign qualified human resources that comply with all fingerprint and background check requirements when exceeding maximum class sizes.
At a rate of 1.5 a day per student.
At a rate of 1.5. So the intent is to keep the 1.5, but also keep the human resource part for flexibility.
And one more time, would you? That whole thing.
I move to partially agree with comment 75 and to agree with comment 77 with the language reading like this. The school district must assign qualified human resources that comply with all fingerprint and background check requirements when exceeding maximum class sizes at a rate of 1.5 hours per day per student overload period.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
I'm gonna give this one to Renee. So the motion has been made by board member Lacy and seconded by board member Hedlund. And just to clarify, this language, an overload of 6 or more is still here, right? Or is that gone?
I can leave it in. I think it's fine with it in, but an hour and a half kind of limits it.
Okay.
The student day kind of limits it, but someday we might not have a student day. So it might be fine.
Okay, all right. Is there any public comment? Mr. Curtis.
Madam Chair, members of the board, MMPE appreciates your work to make it better and feels this motion has done so, but still opposes this motion based on the elimination of instructional aids. I understand the difficulties that come with that, but on behalf of Montana's educators, wants to oppose the elimination of instructional aids. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Any board member comments? I actually just want to thank you for taking the courage to bring it back. I think this is an improvement. I'm going to vote for the motion. And with that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Are there any other motions from members of the board? Are there any other motions from members of the board? All right. Thank you. Congratulations on getting through chapter 5. Don't linger like do you want to make a comment about chapter? What we just okay, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, I may be out of line and this might not be the proper venue, but I'd like to request a correction to the public record. Would you like me to explain? If you look at page 339 of today's packet, and in 1055-709, you can see that MMPE is misrepresented in comment number 66. If you refer to MFPE's written testimony that was submitted to the board for the November meeting, you can see that we wrote MFPE opposes the rule as proposed. And I understand how the error happened, but my members were certainly upset to think that we were not opposed to the rule. And I would request that just the public record is altered to say that MFPE was opposed to the rule as written.
Okay, so which rule was that?
It page 339 of your packet today. It's rule 1055-709 and it's comment number 66.
In Madam Chair, I do want to note that I've had a conversation with Ms. Curtis and I did go back to our notes and it is an error on our part in the office. So I'm happy to correct the record considering it is easily publicly known. You have the information as well. So
Our letter is in the, it's part of the.
We'll take care of it.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, before we conclude our meeting today, we'd like to take a few minutes to recognize board member Lacy, who is going. This is her last meeting. She served for 7 years. Initially, she was superintendent in Great Falls Public Schools when she began serving on the board, and since her retirement from Great Falls, and certainly not her retirement from public education, she has remained on the board and filled the full term. Really appreciate and so have enjoyed working with you over these years, and I've learned a lot from you. Tammy and I work together well on a number of things, but what really stands out for me is the great work that Great Falls Public Schools did with Graduation Matters, and also the military children compact. So appreciate it. I'm going to give you a chance to say some final words, but I'd like to open up to other board members who'd like to make some comments.
You don't have to. It's okay. It's okay.
One of when I knew who the board members were, one of my real concerns was Being on a board was not because of our differing positions which come to life, but because I knew how thorough you were and how much that has been proven out. And I want to say that, you know, I strive all the time and I put in extra time to match your thoroughness, which I do not do. But I really want to thank you for setting a standard of how we should be diligent in the job that we have been so graciously assigned to do. And I mean it.
Thank you.
I really mean it.
It's work ethic, that good fifth generation Montana work ethic that my parents ingrained into me. I think.
Remember Helena?
I want to say thank you also. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve on this board with you, as well as I really enjoyed our time together on the board for Education Northwest. That was really great, and appreciate your advocacy and your thoroughness as well for our students in Montana.
Remember Helena?
I want to say I greatly appreciated the way you welcomed me and the amount of information you provided, your words of wisdom and your knowledge of the educational community. It's really amazing, and I wrote that in my letter to you. So
Leave it yet. Thank you.
Remember Tharp?
I've known Tammy for 20 years now, friend and colleague, back to North Central Montana when I first came out, and I just appreciate your attention to detail and your dedication to education. And I'm not going to say goodbye because just because you're not going to be with us every couple of months, you ain't going anywhere.
Really good.
And I have found great joy in attending other meetings and sitting in the audience and not sitting at the table. So I imagine we might see some of that.
There is that.
Board member Keith?
Yeah, thank you. I blame Tammy for me being on the board. As my very first phone call when I got the offer was to Tammy, and I said, what am I getting into? And she was very clear that she spent her entire weekend before the board meetings and that I wouldn't have a life the week before the board meetings. And but she encouraged me to accept, which I did, and I'm grateful for that. And I just appreciate you're a role model for all of us in the education field in Montana. And I appreciate your dedication to students and families across our state. And I know it will continue, and I hope we work together again. Thanks.
Okay, Angela? Did you?
I didn't know she doesn't have to go.
Okay, so.
Members of the board, did you call on me?
No, Paul thought you had your hand raised. I actually would like to give the staff an opportunity to say something, and so I'm gonna call him Christopher.
Thank you. Tammy was so nice and sweet to me when I first started with the board. She was on Sis back and just so welcoming. And yeah, your service to public education is exemplary, and I wish you well.
Do you want to say something now, or do you want to get Tammy to share?
We have something for you. And actually, this is something we often give to members who are leaving the board, but this actually also by chance has a Great Falls connection. So yeah, please do.
Very coincidental.
So beautiful. I can save. I'm a paper bag, a saver, kind of person. Oh my gosh, it's East pottery. We love to get pottery, locally made pottery. And there's a information inside. The artist is actually from Great Falls and is a former teacher. Which is really sweet. And dragonflies actually symbolize change and adaptation. That was very lovely.
Thank you. I will cherish this. In my house, I collect pottery, so it is very fitting. I will add this to my collection and display it with great pride. I'm gonna say,
yeah, and I obviously happy to give you the gift, but just really grateful
for everything you've done. When I came into this job, you were in a leadership position and I felt like a fish out of water. Sometimes I still feel like that. But you and Darlene were both so welcoming and I actually found you to be totally intimidating. Renee mentioned, like, you just have such a confident way about carrying yourself. And I really appreciated that about you and certainly have, and I would say this probably about all board members, I think you guys just had such good way of getting to know one another in a way where you're not just sitting here at a table and making decisions, but that we've taken the time for everyone to kind of better understand everyone's background. I've certainly got to do that with you. So consider you more of a friend now than an intimidating coworker. And just, you know, we're really lucky that you were able to serve in this capacity. And I mean, we're all grateful, but I think the students of Montana have benefited. So I won't say goodbye. I'm too emotional for that. But I know you'll be around. You'll hold us accountable, I'm sure, which is a good thing. So thank you for everything.
Always for Tammy you get the last word.
Thank you. Well, I wrote some things down, shocking, right? That I would think ahead of time, but thank you so much for your kind and generous words. You know, after 7 years, I was ready and willing to continue to serve the public school of Montana and the children on this board, but that was not meant to be. So instead, I welcome Ron Slinger to the table and to the important work that we do, and just offer, I'll give you my cell phone number, and you can call anytime if you ever have questions or just even processes and all of that. I am available to you for anything that you need, although these people are great too, so call them as well.
You could read the packet.
I don't read every word of it, but I definitely spend some time with it for sure. I'd like to say that my time on the Board of Public Ed and my time of CISPAC, which is 13 years total, with my time for CISPAC, I was chair on CISPAC and then moved to the board, has been some of the most rewarding times of my career. Oh. So over my career, I know that my experiences as a parent, teacher, never forget that. Okay, just give me a minute. An elementary principal, HR director, superintendent, and now the grandma of school age children, which is just like the most amazing thing ever. All the grandmas in the room know that they have added to my perspective and to the positions that I have taken that you've heard me share on this board probably ad nauseum. I hope you know that my comments and votes came from a place of doing the right thing for students, schools, in Montana as a whole. I believe in the 3 R's and not the back to basics like we talked about earlier, but the 3 R's that have always driven my actions as an educator. Those 3 R's are our kids, our communities, and our future. And those are my core values of how I make my decisions. And I'm confident that you all come from a similar place. I know that those are your values as well, and that you will make difficult decisions in the future in light of everything. Thank you. In light of those 3 things, and that you will set aside divisive national and local politics to do right by those 3 R's for our kids, our communities, and our future. And I know that that is going to happen. So I thank you for your friendships, for the absolute honor it's been serving alongside all of you. Thank you to Chris and Julie for your support, and to McCall for your leadership and commitment to this board. And I wish you well in the future work, because as you can tell, I'm really bad at goodbye. I'm just gonna say farewell And as Tim said, I'm going to be watching from the peanut gallery. And I look forward to the great work ahead for our students. So thank you.
I would just like to add, I don't think it's a coincidence that we got through this chapter during your last meeting.
Yeah, Ron thrilled. Before we adjourn, and thank you.
It's my pleasure.
We like to open it up for public comments. If there are any comments on items not listed. Jenny.
Really quick. Okay, so yeah, Jenny Butcher, Deputy Director of MOPI. I just have a quick thing that's happening in the legislature. So we'd like to urge the board's legislative committee to keep an eye on and review LC 2278, which is a draft bill before the legislature with the goal of eliminating the spec. So we believe the spec provides invaluable expertise on issues that come before the board, as you know, including teacher preparation programs, licensure, and we believe that every conversation around changes in education policy or issues of licensure should include as many current educators as possible. These are professionals that are currently in the field. They deserve a seat at the table as valuable advisors to the VPE, and our MOPI members, parents, and community members support the value of teacher input. So as such, we're just concerned by the direction that this bill indicates, and we encourage the board to look at that draft bill.
Is there any other public comment? Okay. Meeting is adjourned. Okay, thank you. Do you have any announcements for?
We have lunch.